the more we turn it off, don't care about it. I'm gonna start tonight's class session lecture with a note out of my recent book that I've been studying, going through, the Revolutionary Psychology, the practical spirituality that awakens the consciousness. As you come in, drop that ashe so we know you in. Where the heck's that page? Oh, that page is over there. This is in chapter 11, The Beautiful Ego. Clear my throat. When the multiplicity of our errors is accepted as something factual, yet one discards the necessity of study and the direct observation of the errors, it is an evasion or an escape, an escape from oneself, a form of self-deceit. We're going to go throughout this book tonight. Welcome to the night lecture, Friday night lectures, manipulation. What I've noticed over the years of my studying, doing the things that I do, like company-wide, building a platform, having conversations to that nature. What I noticed a lot of times is we like to say things like we're gods, we're goddesses, gods and goddesses. We're the originals, we're the creators. We created everything. We're the originals. All true statements. But in that same statement, we pick and choose what it is that we created. We pick and choose what was ours and what wasn't ours, and that came from this, or we try to put it within a space and time that really doesn't serve the purpose of truly being the self-observer as we go on that trip to within. There's such a heavy process of let's put it on the white man being this or this being this, not understanding that if we created everything, we are the creator, then everything around us, even the mistakes, are something that we created. When we go dive deeper, we understand that there's no such thing as a mistake. It was based upon the knowledge that you had at the time. That's how you make your decision or make your choice, based on the knowledge that you have at the time, and based on if you apply it, if you adhere to it, if you listen to it. So with that note, I think about why would I subject myself to not really paying attention, being a self-observer? What is the benefit in escaping? Of course, obvious, no responsibility, don't want to take accountability for that. It may not be for you at that level. That may not be your point this go around, or whatever it may be. This becomes the line in manipulation. We look for things that are within. Usually when someone says somebody's been manipulated, it's based on it didn't go their way, or they felt like they were used, or whatever it may be. They manipulate your face on the media. They manipulate your face on the media because they don't want the black man to rise. They manipulate our our history, and so we forget who we are. I truly, and this is through my deep studies channels and just coming into that space, that's not the case. Because if that were the case, they wouldn't give you the information in the first place. They wouldn't give you a chance to even attach or find the information, or struggle to get the information or find the information, go on Google, look up books, buy books, and do whatever. They wouldn't allow you to do so if that were the case. When you approach this from the brain, when you approach this from the human thought, you look for the good and bad. You are looking at, you're choosing a side based on the polarity, positive and negative, whatever it may be. When it's positive and negative, you're looking at good and bad. But there's something that is the key aspect of knowledge of self, is to activate something within self. And what comes to the surface is meant to be studied. I'm the type of person that when I'm looking at information, taking in information, when I'm looking at things now, I've always been that analytical type. But now I'm in the state of mind where when I look at something and I truly look at it, when I truly observe it, when I truly see it, I put myself in the mindset of, how does this truly affect me now, in this now point? How does this affect me now? How does it resonate? If it does affect me, if it does get to me, if it does bring me into a state of whatever emotion is triggered, anger, sorrow, whatever it may be, that's the obvious. The obvious is the black on black crime. The obvious is they're killing our babies. The obvious is they're killing our babies. The obvious is they don't want to see the black man rise. The obvious is white men, black dudes always want to be the niggas ain't shit. This is the obvious. The question is, what is the root to that effect? Because it's only the effect. Your reaction is the new cause based on the effect. But what's the effect? What's the original cause to that effect? Why is that getting to you? We want this mindset of save the babies. But be real. We want this mindset of save the babies. But you won't save your niece, daughter, nephew, whoever it may be, child, from Uncle Ricky, the special friend of the family. You won't deal with the Uncle Ricky of your time. So that causes a new effect of the Uncle Ricky of this time. The Aunt Barbara, the Aunt Joanne. Everything's a reflection that resonates from your own mind. Created through that filter, that shadow self, this aspect that you get stuck on. Everything is manipulated based on those aspects. You get stuck within that mindset. I answered a question tonight, and somebody posted on Facebook a question about why is there black on black crime, but you never hear nothing about the other crimes. And I watched some, I don't know who the guy was. He responded with a very logical, or rather an intellectual answer. Intellectual at this point in time becomes emotion. A very logical, emotional, intellectual answer. I answered, read through the comment thread. I answered because there's no energy to pull down from their death. I had a thought. And I think I've said it before. I don't remember. In the mythos, the legends, and all the mythos and all these things of the past, when they sacrificed to the gods, whether it been Ares or whatever pantheon it may be, they did a sacrifice. They sacrificed to the gods. They made a sacrifice to the gods. The whole aspect of a true sacrifice is to sacrifice something that you need or something that you can't do without. That's the blanket layer of a sacrifice. You sacrifice your chickens, you sacrifice your goats, you sacrifice something that was of benefit to you, but you were willing to give away as an offering to return to get something more. Sacrifice your entire life for that. So my mind goes into this dark space. Sacrifice. I am a god. I am a type. I am this being of higher self and higher enlightenment and higher power. Under the old laws, the old rules, the sacrifice would have to be something that somebody would need, or you would sacrifice the virgin, you would sacrifice a child, you would sacrifice something in your possession that for your offering. Every sacrifice and every ritual every killing, whether they are actually dead, they faked the death, they deified it, put it on TV, whatever it may be. Every death was a sacrifice. A transfer of energy. To all the gods known and unknown. To all the gods known and unknown. Meaning to all the gods that know their gods and the gods that don't know their gods in this concept. They sacrifice blood. You replenish their energy with your anger and your tears. They're living out their part of their programming based on why they were created. Every mythos, from the Genesis story in the Bible to the mythos of the Titans and the gods to Indian folklore, all talk about this creation. If you have not looked at a lecture, within the lecture is a book, and I'm still looking for the PDF. It's called Dirt. Brother Panic breaks down that aspect. I watched it a couple of weeks ago. Again, I always go back and study all and follow none. I went back and looked at it again, and I had an aha moment. And that's the aspect of knowledge. Knowledge is supposed to force you to think, but it's going to give you this thought based on oh shit, this is what I just thought about. And I thought about it. Every creation story of the white man, from calling the yellow man, The red man, the brown man, the yellow man, the white man, no, the brown man, the red man, the yellow man, and the white man. Every story about the creation, about the white man, that we created the white man. Every other story after that was talking about the mistake of creating the white man. Even in the Bible that they cling to. The aspect when God was very distressed that he created the white man. He created man. He was talking about the white man. That was your story of you creating them. You were in distress because you knew you fucked up. It was been prophesized, everything that would come up to that point. Their entire organization, their entire civil engineering to become society has been prophesized and laid out in front of you. You're so far ahead that you're behind. In order to explain this, we have to understand what the ego is, going deeper into the aspects of the ego, how you're manipulating the things. Last week and the other week, I told you that you're the programmer. You are the programmer. As soon as you accept that you are the programmer, mistakes and all, the blame becomes irrelevant. The blame will become irrelevant once you accept that you are the programmer, that you created what you created. Before we go way out to the end of the spectrum, look at simple things in your life right now that are within your spectrum or your field of view to give you a better grasp. If I can manifest, something as simple as manifestation. If I can manifest, I hold on to the thought, hold it for 17 seconds, visualize it, hold on to it, speak on it, move like I already have it. And all this goes into that aspect. All of these aspects of manifesting and setting your affirmations. These are all repeated disciplines that shall bring up shit that needs to come out the way for you to get closer and closer to your affirmation or your manifestation, what you need next. The aspect of healing is what I stress. That shadow work is what I stress, because until you do the shadow work, everything that you shall receive shall be based upon your humanity or your ego, your need or your wants, your basic instincts, your human thought. So if you don't get what you want, then you're going to get upset, or you're going to go back into your ego if you're not getting exactly what you want, instead of understanding what comes up every time you don't get what you want, what comes up every time you don't get what you need or what you feel that you're wanting at that point in time. What comes up for you to have to work on? Reflection to self-observing. Everything about claiming your energy and claiming your power and bringing your power back to yourself. What comes back to you based on your energy? This is not a time. This is a time where that line will be drawn. That proverbial line gets drawn, where you're going to reach that crossing point. Within this crossing point of you crossing over and you making your decision, if it's not meant for you, you'll still see things as your enemy because you don't see yourself. You have to accept that the things that you are seeing as your enemy are actually yourself. They're reflections of yourself. They're the inner conflicts of yourself. Which led me to the thought process when I thought about the white man. People want to talk about the white man is this, the white man is that. The white man on the evolutionary sense, and I said this in de-evolution versus revolution. The white man in his aspect is the de-evolutionized state of you based on intellect or intellect/behavior. Everything that you are, everything that reflects through you through trauma, the symbols, the repetition, everything that is symbolically that you put into this symbol that you call the white man, or you call your baby father, niggas ain't being shit, or your job ain't shit. Everything that you state, manifest that to exist. Manifest that to exist. As long as they're existing, they serve a purpose. They're living out their purpose. They can do a big ass fucking ritual, and then some just want to decode the ritual, see they're evil, they do this type of shit, they do this type of shit. But just like I said before, I celebrated COVID-19. COVID-19 is the first time I got some reverse candles. I actually bought a reverse candle, not even thinking about what the fuck I was doing. That's how deeply rooted and seated inside of my subconscious, the programs automatically play out themselves for me. I don't have to, I'm in that space of going between I'm still getting used to that vision aspect. Got some reverse candles, set my intentions on some energy. During that moment in time, I lit one of the candles and then not set an intention. But I just wanted to call my energy back to myself. That candle burnt faster than I've ever seen any of my candles ever burn out. And boom. I launched Gotta Call Alchemist LLC, the website. I launched my business, launched my company, went deeper into my platform and started doing things of that nature. All in that reversal. The entire time I ate from what everybody was like, oh my God. I didn't go get toilet paper until almost the end of the crisis, because I didn't need to, because I already had toilet paper. I was already doing that was already a normalcy for me when I go to the store to buy 2 rolls of toilet paper, 12 packs of toilet paper. Naturally, because I'm in a space, I'm like, all right, cool. Because I don't like going to the fucking store. I don't like going outside if I don't have to. So why wouldn't I just maximizing? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go get my toilet paper, do whatever I need to get, have it in the house. So everybody wants to go. It's like when people go out and buy water, bread, milk, eggs, water, all of these shits during hurricanes and storms at the last fucking minute. The only thing that I think about, if I do think about it, is what were you doing before? We have to come into this concept of what were you doing before? The original cause, instead of reacting to the effect in creating a new cause. We create new causes every single time. You're manipulating the space to serve your purpose, whether it's good or bad, positive or negative. You are constantly manipulating the space to serve you a purpose. It's to serve a purpose. Whose purpose is it serving? Is it serving your ego to live, to exist? Or is it serving you to learn something to go deeper inside of yourself? That is your key. All of this, we need to go march. Like I thought about it the other day when I was sitting here because I was writing some stuff, writing up some notes. And I was sitting there, I was like, what happened to all the protesters? I haven't seen none of the protesters in the media. What happened to all this writing and all this stuff? What happened to all that? What happened to, the presidential election came up. Okay, cool. The same shit that happened fucking last year. I don't even remember whatever happened last year around this time before, or the last time before 4 years ago with the last election, whatever happened around that fucking time. Calamity, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was about 4 years ago. When that dude went and shot up everybody in fucking Florida, the shootings in Florida in the gay club, and another nigga was in Vegas and shot some niggas up. I think that happened about 4 years ago. I think that was initiated around that time. I'm not for sure, but I think that's when that happened, right before a fucking election. Things that's become redundant. One of the most redundant things is we need to vote and all these things about voting, when common sense was like, wait, I learned in high school or middle school, I learned in elementary school that electoral college put the motherfucker in office anyway. So what the fuck does it matter? That popular, whatever the fuck it. She had the popular vote, but she didn't have the votes, da-da-da. It doesn't fucking matter. What I'm trying to state is it doesn't fucking matter. This thought process in your mind of trying to pick a side and instead of finding that middle point, because the middle point is where all of this energy transcends down to these polarities, down to these spaces. So on this side, my mother didn't love me. My father didn't love me. This family member did this to me, or whatever it may be. And on this end, that was a trigger. It served the purpose for a point in time for the other half of the trick, for the trigger to be activated for the other end of the polarity. That negative charged the positive, that you sit here in the middle point with no transparency, because you can't see how it matriculated, created this polarity. Niggas ain't shit. My dad wasn't shit. Why weren't niggas shit? Because niggas ain't shit. My baby father wasn't shit, and this nigga wasn't shit, and my dad wasn't shit, and this wasn't shit, and da-da-da. My dad didn't love me. My dad walked out on us, and all these aspects. One side of the story. Why does it make you angry? Why does it upset you? What events came after this happened? What did you go search for? These are the questions that you should ask yourself. Because if you don't ask the questions, you can't find the answer. If you don't find the answer, whether you find the answer or not, something is going to be populated within that space. Something is going to be created, whether you question it or not. Whether you question it or not, something is going to come up into that space. Something is going to form. A thought form is going to connect to another thought form or another entity outside of you and create something in that space. The fly sitting on your laptop while you're sitting in the living room, watching you while you watch TV. What does the fly see? What does the fly see? Imagine what the fly sees. Imagine what the fly goes through. You're the creator, the programmer. You set the tone when you came down here to go through your path to how you got to where you got to right now. Once you accept it, blame becomes irrelevant. It happened in your body. It happened here to the human vessel. Your energy, this is an empty vessel. You go to sleep, you leave it, you come back you go to sleep, you leave it, or you meditate, you leave it, then you come back, you reanimate inside of it. You're gonna do that over and over and over and over and over again. But the key while you're doing this cycle over and over and over again is learning the aspects of yourself. Everything from your personality, when you use the zodiac, use your birth chart, the blueprint of your life. When you study and you take in the information, you allow the information to challenge you. because it just sounds like very good fucking stories at a fucking point in time. But we get stuck in the image. I won't do this because that person did it. You give so much of your power away to somebody else. Relationships, whatever it may be, business relationship, love relationship, family, whatever it may be. You give it so much power because you've identified it as what it was. You identified it as what it was, not what it is. What it was defined as. You define your mother as your mother, so everything that your mother did not do, or everything that your mother did do or didn't do, or didn't do enough of, or however you want to look at it, all of that now transmutes to how you move forward. Father, whatever it may be. You allow the external state to dictate what you do. Looking for the external state, and if it does not match what you say that you are, on that surface level, your ego, it doesn't fit. I can't look at it. I can't work with it. I can't go forward. That's what you need to look at. That's what you need to study and understand. Even the betrayal is a part of your lesson. You need it. The aspect of humanity, when we study Gnostic texts, one book is The Gnostics by Jacques. It's over there. I'll go get it later. When you study the Gnostic text and we think about the putrefaction or the putrid aspects of humanity, niggas being niggas, destructive, ignorance, whatever it may be, we got to change and make our people better. That's dead. Making your people better is dead. It's always been it's always been a human thought. The human thought is of ignorance, and the byproduct of ignorance is sin. Sin is the lack of knowledge. I was looking over some notes because I'm working on the book. I'm working on my book. And I was looking over her notes. I was looking at her original introduction that I wrote. And in the opening of the first chapter of that, before I pulled out stuff that I needed for the new book, I was like, the worst thing that was ever told to you, that you were born into sin when you were actually born divine. Neither statement is false. Both statements are very true, because you were born into sin and you are divine. The bridge between your being divine and sin is understanding what sin is, and then understanding what divine is. Divine meaning two. Die meaning dice, meaning two. So divine being the androgynous or coming together in the masculine and the feminine aspects. You are divinely one. So you were born divine, but you were also born into sin with a lack of knowledge. You were born into the lack of knowledge of your divineness, your spiritual self, your true self. You were born into that aspect. What was put into that space as you walk forward for a certain amount of time was your identity, your ego. Your own ego is what's used to manipulate you. Your ego is the encompassing of emotional responses, triggers, traumas, and all of these things that have come to mold everything that you do and how you move forward, how you walk, how you speak, what you say, what you gravitate towards, whether you want to be whatever it is. And then through that, it's filtered your personality. Through this, your personality, what you chose to be and how you chose to go through life and how to groom your personality, groom what you were going to be and learn why you came down here. All of these aspects are what the identity mirrors. It either mirrors the negative aspect or it mirrors the positive aspect. Whichever aspect is going to mirror is based on sustaining the environment that you are in. Whatever can keep it surviving, that's what it's going to survive with. So if you keep reacting instead of becoming proactive, still thinking the same things that you always think, your problem is that you're thinking, because in your brain tries to rationalize, but the brain not being the mind, two different things. The brain is what your ego uses. The mind is what your soul, what your true self uses. The mind is all everything. The mind is all in the universe is mental. Everything that you create. Why don't you have $1 million? Why don't you have this? Why don't you have that? Why can't I find a good man? And why I keep finding these raggedy ass bitches that can't cook, can't clean, can't do none of these things? They can't nurture. They don't know how to nurture. They've been hurt. And I'm tired of going around because I've been hurt. Hurt people hurt people. We're coming out of this field or this spectrum of good and bad. It's negative and positive. Does it serve you or does it not serve you? That compass. You're coming outside of morality. You're coming outside of traditionalism. You're coming out. You cannot apply the human narrative to spiritual matters. You cannot apply the human narrative to your higher self. It won't merge. It doesn't mesh. Only the physical representation of what comes up when you are working with your higher self comes down here into a physical form. It's split apart anyway. It's split into its necessary aspects of gender. The knowledge or the masculine, the nurturing and the creation, the feminine. You get so wound up in all this knowledge, this masculine concept, and this knowledge, all it's reflecting outside of you is the wounded aspects of yourself that you need to acknowledge so you can actually start creating something other than the lower level, low vibrational bullshit that you keep getting created. I need an economic plan. What is economics? What is money? Money is currency. Currency is energy. Currency, current energy. So how can I make more money? Think about how you made money unconsciously all those years, or you still do. You go to work. You go to work. They're charged an hourly rate to pay you. You make your money. You live off of that. That's your income. Your income is how you deal with the external state. It's a byproduct. It's how you escape the realities. There's nothing wrong with watching TV. There's nothing wrong with Netflix, Hulu, and whatever it may be. There's nothing wrong with any of these aspects. But until you truly understand why they're there as an aspect to learn from, everything, you can look at a fucking TV show and break down. You can look at a TV. We look at TV shows. We try to decode all this shit on TV. It's the media. It's this. It's the media because of the government, because they doing this and they said this, and it's another ritual. It keeps bringing you back to the same fucking point. Who taught these motherfuckers the rituals? Who taught them the rituals? Who gave them, who created them to be able to even the intellectual aspect of the ritual? Everything that has been done is based on an intellectual level. Everything down here is intricately put together on an intellectual level, based on knowledge, based on positive and negatives, based on all these, based on those 7 fundamental laws. It's how all of these things are created and put together and sustained. When you understand them, and it doesn't mean by you can recite this, you can recite the 7 Hermetic principles. You can recite, regurgitate, recite until you're actually applying it. You can't see it. You're not using it. You're not activating something. You're not going to get out of this based on the same old narrative. As long as we're fighting these people or engaging in the argument or the conflict, you're going to get somewhere. So you're going to be stuck within arguments to get some energy. You've been down here so long now, you see people going back and forth with each other, battling who's right and who's wrong, whoever it may be. Don't make no fucking sense. Why the fuck does it matter? Because you're just as right as I am. It's not about the right or wrong. It's how you apply that information. The weirdest shit about that. It's how you applied the information and built your space. Ooh, I never thought about it that way. That's what you should be looking for. At this point in time, your frequency and your time should be built finding or allowing the attraction of like-minded individuals on your frequency. You will not find any like-minded individuals on your frequency with the traumas still in place. The traumas, the things that you've been through, the things that you don't want to talk about, you don't want to disclose, all of these aspects. That's why everything, the things that are magnified to you are magnified to you in the fucking first place. That's why you never find a good man or a good old girl, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Because every time I go look for a man, I always find they always conniving, they liars, they do this, they doing this, all based on the original program, the effects. You're reacting to the effects. What's the original cause? Accepting the original cause. We'll yell out, Pizzagate. We got to save the children, Pizzagate. But not understanding the original cause of that nature. We can go back, yes, to slavery. You can go all the way back to slavery and say, well, they raped and they pillaged and they did all these things. But now that's what's in your DNA. That's what's in your bloodline. As much as you want to try to separate everything, it's in your bloodline. Because you're the original. It always can go back to this. We always can go back to the beginning, middle, and end. The constant point. It's in your bloodline. It happened to your ancestor, whoever it may be. And now it's in your bloodline. And since it wasn't dealt with at that point in time, or understood at that point in time, what it represented, based upon energy, based upon taking away your energy, it continues to go forward. From whoever was kin to Thomas Jefferson and all of his babies and how he made his babies, all the way down to Uncle Joe, Aunt Lorraine, whoever it may be, are activating based on, from that knowledge is nurtured. That knowledge was the original cause. It set a line of effects. From this new effect was nurtured. So it created the new cause. And as it keeps going forward, it just keeps running the same cause and effect. If something's not taken care of, what happens? It repeats itself. If every day I woke up and I was like, shit, I'm late for work, I should have washed my clothes last night. But I know my schedule inside and out, and I know I should wash my clothes the night before. Put them in the dryer the night before. But I'm always late for work for the same exact reason. And I want acceptance for the same exact reason. I want to be accepted. I'm expecting something from the same exact reason. I'm stuck in this space and I don't know how to get out. Let me just keep repeating it. I don't have time. But I'm a god. But I'm a goddess. But I'm aware that I'm awake. I'm aware that I'm asleep. I'm aware that I was asleep. After you're aware and you acquire the knowledge, that's when you turn the light on. That's your enlightenment. Layers. You take all the knowledge, all of the mythos, in your intellectual mind, your rational mind, will automatically sit here and try to make it fit within the parameters of where it's at. So you'll do what they did backwards on the other end of the polarity. On this end of the polarity, the white man took out things and removed things and did this, and this, and then put this in there and took this out to make it work for his benefit so he could sustain his living. And then on the other end, the wokeness, you took out aspects to make it benefit for you to stay in that same space. So you can yell that you are awake. You can yell that you are this. You can yell that you're whatever the fuck you are. There's one fucking problem. When the fuck are you going to accept responsibility? That contradiction. I am the original and I am the creator. Here are the creations. Here's everything that's been created since my original in being the creator. Let me pick through this and see what I want to say that I can own, take ownership of. I didn't do this. That's the Baphomet by the white man and genocides by the white man. Ashe. Genocide is this and this is this. I don't want these pieces, but I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on to my ankhs and this science. I'm gonna hold on to the ankhs. I'm gonna hold on to this aspect. I'm gonna hold on to this stuff, but I'm gonna take the other stuff, keep it over there. I don't want it. I can't use it. It doesn't benefit me. It's not about benefiting you. If your mind's stuck on what your intentions are when whatever your intention is focused on, meaning what has your attention, that's what is going to be created through. So as long as you feel that you need reparations and you need absolution from the white man, they have a nice feeding space. They have a nice feeding tray, smorgasbord shit to feed from. I want to get into the aspects of claiming energy. And that's why I said earlier about the thing about sacrifice. They sacrificed to the gods, and the gods gave them the gods would accept their offerings and then go forward. That's in every mythos. The fruits of their labor. They augmented the story and took false ownership of everything that you did. They have not created anything. There was one funny ass quote when I was watching this white comic, and he was like, what did white people create? The patent office, credit. These narratives that give them a false sense of power, or an empty shell to be filled. That's all they can do. They are only replicating of what they are. I forgot the name of that book. The first generation is the soul, has the soul. The first generation has the soul. It has the original spark. The second generation and the third generation and every generation after that don't have the spark. The yellow man has no, they all have spirit. So when you think about that creation story, when they're talking to the aspects of first was created was the brown man, and then what was created was the red man, and then the yellow man, and then the white man. These four aspects of these four generational codes were created, and they only can create based on what was put within to create that aspect. Every time that you recreate something that has no, that is only of the basis, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So it must now reflect its weakness as its strength. Whatever it used to survive, the social engineering of the white man, the Tamahu, the white man, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's why the Moors try to civilize them, bring them back up to what you call it. The whole Moses story is about them going in the desert and taking them out to the fucking, taking them to the fucking caves. Motherfuckers love Game of Thrones, but that entire fucking story gives you the aspects of how the fuck they lived. What the fuck they were doing, what the fuck they were about. But motherfuckers are stuck in that wokeness because they're getting something from the wokeness. I'm going to be this deity. I'm going to be this. I'm going to be this person. I'm going to be this. I'm going to be this. But then you're afraid to feed as a God feeds because you stuck on the morality part. To become unaffected, to bring yourself into this reality of what you are, you have to step outside of the human narrative, that good and bad, that evil, the morality, the traditional morality that has you stuck where you're at. Until you do that, you can't even get your energy in balance. It doesn't matter how many breathing exercises that I teach. It doesn't matter how many breathing exercises I teach. It doesn't matter, because all of it is going to work because that's based on the intent. It doesn't matter how many ritual baths, whatever I put out, whatever product I put out, is going to work because it's based on the intent of it working. Because that's the energy that that's the energy that I pull from. I pull from that knowing. I pull from that speaking, from that space, not to convince. I speak from the space of, nigga, this is how this shit works. This is where I drew that energy from. I made 6 or 7 prosperity drawing rituals today. Listening to fucking, what was I listening to? Listening to Moneybagg Yo. I set the altars today to the new Nas album. The Spicy song. I like that song. It was very fire. Spicy and 27 Summers. Using the energy. Getting outside of this aspect of, but that's not, it doesn't matter if they're not conscious or enlightened. The reason that it doesn't resonate with you is, here's your truth in your hard truth to your fucking ego. If you can see somebody that's not conscious or not aware, and you get upset that they're not conscious, they're not aware, or they're not saving themselves, or they're not doing what you're doing, they had the same chances as you. That is a reflection of you not doing something that you're supposed to be doing. Instead of listening to reply, you need to hear to learn. Something as simple as every bad relationship that you were in, why you were in those relationships, how those relationships came about. Within all of those relationships, they initiated one thing they initiated one primary function, or one primary feature. The wounded aspects of yourself. The aspects that you needed to look into. Remember, as the divine masculine, as the masculine, you come down here to learn the feminine aspects. And as the feminine, you come down here to learn the masculine aspects. So that nigga that did you dirty, took your money, took your car, never put gas in your car, never paid for food, always was broke, never could charge themselves, and required on you to charge them, was perhaps a reflection of you not charging yourself. You not working on the aspects that you need to do to charge yourself. It's easy to put shit on these energy vampires, and this is no denying that they're not there. It's easy to say these energy vampires and these niggas ain't worth my time and all of this right here. I'm this, this, and this. And I can do great all by myself. You allow someone to speak long enough, they give you every answer that you need. I'm strong and I'm independent and I don't need anyone because I'm a queen and I'm a goddess. That's the human narrative. You're moving through the human narrative. The same wounds that got you to the place that you were at. And yes, you may have been able to benefit from what you got from that space. But what did you truly get from that space? What did you truly get? You got a car, you got an apartment, you got a house, you got a good job or a business. You got all of those aspects, but you still feel fucking empty. You convince yourself through thought that when a man or a woman submits to my standards, that my shit'll be all right, I'll be good. That's all I gotta wait for is a man to subscribe to my standards. That woman to submit to me. When it comes to the aspect of the feminine aspect, when it comes to that aspect, all you're doing is activating your masculine wounded aspects. You've now transmuted through that polarity to the other side of the wounded masculine aspect. And to the man that wants to be nurtured and all these other aspects and not doing that, you have transmuted through that mental point with no transparency and now carried over the wounded feminine aspects into the wounded feminine aspects. And then you create and charge this polarity. And then you live within this polarity. And then you think that you're doing work, and you think that you're doing things, and you changed your way you eat, and you change the way that you move, and you change the way that you say words. And instead of saying hello, you say hotep, and whatever it may be. You put all these things into creation, saying that I've now created my new self. When all you've done is giving your identity and your ego a facelift. That's all you've done is you've given your ego a facelift. You've given your ego a new pantheon to feed from to keep you where you're at. So now instead of you putting on the Jesus piece, you go put on your Ankh. So now instead of you putting on the Jordans, you go buy one of the 50 million fucking RBG sneakers. And you got a sneaker with a pharaoh on the side. And now you feel like you've done something. Here's a thought. This sets the tone for the real from the woke, from that actual coming into the spirituality aspect. If I'm powerful and all-knowing, and I'm growing in my gnosis, and I'm all-knowing and I'm powerful, I'm a God, I'm a creator, why does the human shit get to me? Why would the human shit even faze me? Why would that make sense? Why would that be a needed, necessary aspect that the human shit getting to me still? They're killing our people. I got to save our people. So you just replaced yourself as the new savior because you don't understand the aspect of what the savior is. It sounds good to regurgitate and say you need the knowledge of yourself. You need to come but you need to come via this way. You need to come via this way. Many lies, one path. Many paths to that all-encompassing light that we're all coming from. Even to the sharing aspect of that light, we're all sharing that fucking energy. It comes down, are you using it or not? If you're not using it, somebody else will. If you're using your energy in the same spaces over and over and over again, you're going to keep getting the same fucking shit, the same fucking charges. The same fucking points are going to keep lighting up on those polarities. Everything's going to matriculate down on that area of life, of mind, that mindset. I use this example. One second. Even how I notice people is different. The other day I went to the store. I went to my local crystal joint to get my candles, crystals, and all my other stuff. Put some things on order and all that good stuff. And as I walked out of the health food store, because I'm now known as the coconut water king, the coconut water god. Because they know I go in there and grab a case of this a week and go through a case a week along with other waters. That's just for me. I saw the little old white lady looking directly at me as we're walking by. She's going here. I'm going past her because I already went back to the car. And I'm looking at her. She looks with this discernment. She can't even look me in my eyes. When she did look, she squinted. Face all wrinkly, looking all angry at the world or towards me, didn't fucking matter. And I'm just looking at her like, damn. My old reaction would be to look for a reason for this chick, for this old white lady to look at me. Why would she look at me that way? My old reaction based on humanity would be like, fuck she looking at me like that for? Bitch, you know what the fuck I am? What's the fucking point? What's the purpose of me putting my energy into that space of now my mindset is now stuck on this white woman looking at me this way? That means everything that would have came up within that polarity, within that projection, within that play out of the game for the rest of the day, the week, whatever, would have been against that thought process. I would have been looking, I would have looked at something, somebody would have said something about white people, and I still would have fed into it. This is how quickly your mind manipulates the space. You've always been in fucking control. You must now accept your mistakes and your ups and your downs and everything that has happened as it is to learn from. And I know it gets hard because there's a lot of trauma. There was a lot of trauma that I had to get over for myself with my upbringing on one side, and then I had the escape of going to the other side. Summers in Miami. I was in summers in Miami, summers in Bayamon, summers in Harlem. There was things that I had to fucking realize and I had to even go through that came up based on that source. Some worse than others. I share. Some worse than others. But I had to realize these things and what they fucking were. They were placed in that point. One thing that you got to realize is, oh shit, my grandmother took me to church every Sunday, or my mother took me to church, or my grandmother and my mother, whoever did whatever. There was a reason for that to happen. There was something that you're supposed to go back to get from that space. There's energy left on that fucking table. There's meat left on that fucking chicken wing. Go get the meat off the fucking chicken wing. I've told the story before how my grandmother was a practicing hoodoo woman. Her roots derived from Haiti by way of Louisiana, Mississippi, by way of Haiti. So if I wrote off that my grandmother was, from what my pops had told me, your grandmother was Protestant and Baptist, and Catholics, we don't get along with them. Never gave me the fucking reason. I found the reason later on. I'm gonna say it. I would have looked. I would have been looking at odds and ends like, okay, cool. I guess we're Catholic, so we don't get along with them. But why? I never would have been able to tap into that energy that my grandmother left. I never would have seen that. The detrimental aspect of what I was in that space when my pops destroyed the Bible that my grandmother left to me, and not even realizing why my grandmother leave me a Bible. Why was it that specific Bible? Because my first thought process would have been my father was like, he burnt the Bible. Why would he burn a Bible? If he uses the Bible, the 10 Commandments and all this bullshit to me, then why would he burn a Bible? It's something about that Bible. That means it's something about my grandmother. That means it's something about my grandmother that I need to figure out. But everything that was put on top of that was externalized states of points of views based on me becoming what I was indoctrinated into. Trying to serve a greater purpose and try to be what everybody else wanted me to be. Live in that space. Never felt right. The only thing I used to laugh at when I used to see the spirits running around in the fucking church. And I used to laugh at it when I was little because, kids see spirits. And I remember being little and be like, oh shit. I'm laughing. No one knows why the fuck I'm laughing because I'm seeing the spirits I'm literally seeing in real time the stories that the preacher is speaking. I'm watching the spirits or the thought forms, those entities become those things and act them out. I'm watching them play out that story. I'm watching a motherfucker saying Jonah got swallowed by a whale, and I see a spirit. I see a nigga acting like he's fucking getting swallowed by a whale and coughing up salt water when he gets out fucking, like, as you would get out and you started choking on salt water. this is the type of shit that I'm seeing. But that did that as my identity was steady being hammered in, that shit started disappearing. That shit started getting cut off again. But something in me would not allow it to be cut off. This is what I mean by accepting your level of being where you're at. Some people are where they're at because that's their go around on this time. That path, that gateway, that door to your path is biometrically sound and linked to your thumbprint, to your eyes, to your eye, to you, nobody else. I can say every single day, I could go to my mother's house every single day and speak on the lighter shit, the lighter stuff, the new age shit to my mother every single day. And she'll get it. She'll be like, okay, that makes some sense. But if I go into the deeper aspects of if I go from outside of understanding the energy that is here to going into the potential energy of what it can become, raw energy, the ether. If I tell my mother I can go into the fucking ethers, hell, I even told my mother one time something that her pop said, her father that she never met said. And she was like, I'm not even going to ask how you knew that. I never met my father. But I gave her a description of her father to the fucking T. She never met her father. All she saw was a picture. And I explained that picture to a T. I've never seen the fucking picture. I'm not even going to ask how you knew I'm not even going to ask how you knew that. Because that's as far as she can go. That's as far as she can go. That's as far as her spirit's going to allow her to go. When we go into these spaces and we wonder why we can't get to a certain point, you're not ready for it. You have to humble yourself to get through these doors. You truly have to humble yourself to get through this door, to get through these trajectory points. Because there is no space in this point for your ego. There is no space in this point for your ego, for your traumas, for the jealousies, for any of these things that are based on your human construct. There's none of the room for that shit. This shit right here can offend motherfuckers. I've offended people and laughed in their face. As the child in me, like when a child says, "Ooh, you stink." The same narrative of a child looking at somebody saying, "Ooh, you stink," or "Why is she so fat?" That's the exact way I respond to a person that gets upset when I speak about when I put certain things out into the fucking space. I react just like a fucking child. In the aspect that, nigga, I don't care what the fuck you believe. I don't care. Give me the information and where you got your information from. It sounds like a book. It sounds like you recited it. Let me get that book. There's people right now that want to have contacts with me that, yo, we need to get together. I got a whole thing worth of books. I was like, yo, what books? Name the top 5 books that we would go over. Tricking their ego. Yo, I got manipulating that space. Yo, I got this book right here. I got this book on more science. I got this book on this, and I got this book on this. I went and copped the books. I went and got the books. Read the books. The information that I got was way different than the information that they got. They tried to give me some mathematical problem, a mathematical formula when they broke down Baphomet and what it meant. And tried to display that as their case. I was like, okay, now what does that mean? Your level of consciousness, your level of awareness dictates your level of enlightenment. Information that's going to come to you ain't going to come to everybody. The way it comes to you ain't gonna come to everybody. The way the information comes to me doesn't come to everybody the same way. There's information that I get that I'm for myself to work on and do shit that I need to do. And then there's information that I'm give them this. Don't that hold that, work on that, let that marinate, give them this. I was watching a was it Panic or Bobby Hemmett? No, it was Panic. I was watching a Panic lecture the other, probably like earlier this month. And he was talking about the genetics joint. He was talking about the panic pack and the herbs that he channeled and he put together and everything. And someone asked him what was in it, and he was like, no, you're not getting it. That was channeled for me to use and for me to produce and put out. That's how I feel about the spells, the conjurings, the herbs, everything that I put together is put together for a certain point for me to use at a certain level. I can teach the aspects of putting together in visualization. That's the aspects of what I teach. That's what I teach. That's what I coach. That's what I do, the counseling, shadow work, and all these aspects. Those are things that I do. Those are the external aspects of my light going through in different spaces. But it takes this aspect of this right here, of this basics. This is what would be the basics, or the true, that root to the true self of tapping into yourself and using your shit. This shit that you got to get rid of. The shit that you got to do away with, and how to do away with it. Those are the aspects behind the lecture and the podcast and all of the content. It's to bring you to the point. If you're ready for it, then boom, you'll sit there and watch it. Nigga, I need more. What else do I need to study? Let me go back to the aspects of the manipulation. Manipulation is not good or bad. It's positive or negative. You use it to your benefit. Unconsciously or consciously, you use it to your benefit. So a motherfucker can say that drugs are bad. Don't smoke weed, don't drink. Only because simply they don't want to share their smoke and their drink. Somebody can say as simple as don't have sex with my sister. Only because it serves a purpose, because they don't want to see their sister in that light. Even accepting that their sister got kids, they don't want to see their sister in that light. It's too close. It's too close to the chest for them to deal with. The information of that higher aspect is too close to the chest for some motherfuckers to accept. Accepting, you mean I have to accept that the white man is only a reflection of myself? I can't accept that. I can't do that. Nah. Because that changes your entire narrative. It changes your entire paradigm of where the fuck you at and what the fuck you are accepting. It changes all that shit. But you need that fucking tweak to go to the next level. You need to accept that point to get to your next level, to your next space. Accepting into yourself that you don't know everything and you must first be empty. I went into that in the podcast this week. You must be empty before you're fulfilled. The burdens of the heart must be removed before you even can work at this portal. Yeah, you can pull the energy out. You can pull the energy down through buffers. So you can work with an external energy in the same way that you would work with Jesus, or the same way that some motherfucker work with Allah, or work with Urzuli, or the whatever pantheon it be. Yeah, you can pull the energy down that way. You can do it that way. You can give them an offering. You can do the traditional works, and you're gonna get traditional results. You can do the traditional work, and you can get the traditional. You can do the traditional work and get the traditional results all day. You can get it all day. You can get the traditional shit all day. I gave Arzuli a pound cake. I gave a basket of fruit to Yemenya in the ocean on a Thursday. And if that works for you, it's fine. If you're okay with that, it's fine. That's for you. But do not allow your dogma, your newly found dogma in conviction to put you into the space. It's going to put you into the space, and then you'll get locked into this space, and then you start projecting from this space, and then you get stuck in that space. You get stuck doing rituals on certain days, when in reality, the energy is polarity. So just like the full moon is September 1st, that means that energy started now in the aspect of Jupiter. The moon is in alignment with Jupiter and Saturn right now. So the energy from that aspect started on fucking Monday. So you should have started, if you want to be so exact with your energy in your place, and you want to battle that argument, you want to debate what you're saying on that topic, you should have started on fucking Monday. The moon day, since you want to be so exacting. You should have started on the fucking moon day. And then allowed yourself to gradually come to this point to use it to go forward. So when September 1st hit, everything is charged up to that point for you to use it. You can get so stuck looking into that fucking book that you will not look up what the fuck you need to look at. Doing the bare minimum of work to get yourself through what the fuck you need to get through. If I do just enough of this over here, if I do just enough right here, I can go get that over there. I can get that. If I do just enough work at my job, I can go get the car that I said I wanted, the house that I said I wanted. And if it doesn't work, that was mad at me. Not taking real responsibility. You're aware that you were asleep, but you ain't do the work to become enlightened. There's so many contradictions that I look for the nexus points and I always find the same answer. I stand firmly by, as an occultist, that supreme alchemist that I'm growing into. That if, for example, when I was speeding down the street down to Myrtle Beach with my family, I'm speeding. I'm going damn near 90. Motherfuckers are sitting in the passenger seat, sitting in the back seat. I'm swerving through traffic. Somebody turned down the fucking music. Yo, you want to stop speeding? I was like, what for? Yo, the cops. I don't worry about no fucking cops. Man, you know they out here killing us every day. You just gonna add that? You just gonna You just gonna add to that? You're just gonna let them keep you in the space that you in and keep you doing what? How can I do what I do if I truly do not believe in what the fuck I'm doing? If my intent is to light my candles, set my altar, give direct energy, I don't even need the altar at a certain point in time. Because the aspect is to move away from that aspect. It's to move away. This is now a visual aspect of new things that I put into effect. If I was worried about the police as I'm speeding down the fucking street, that means everything that I do is a farce. It ain't fucking real. It doesn't fucking exist. It doesn't work. That's what I would be telling myself. So I stay doing 90 down the fucking highway, dipping through fucking traffic. Hell, I passed the fucking state trooper. I switched lanes, state trooper went right fucking past me. Nigga, how you do that? Nigga, you got cheat codes, nigga. Yeah, nigga, I got cheat codes. Nigga, I don't live in your aspect of reality. If I accept what you're saying in your aspect of reality, then I'm stuck within your reality in some way, shape, or form. I cannot allow the external to manipulate me because there's nothing on the external can manipulate me or keep me in conflict because I'm not eternally in conflict. I haven't been asleep for 5 days now. The only day that I felt it was Wednesday. The only day that I felt it was on Wednesday. And that's because it was in between that paradox of new energy coming out. I was like, shit, I should have stayed asleep longer. Ain't been sleeping 5 fucking days. I'm sleeping less and less and less. Even when I do go to sleep, it's for less and less time. I can go to sleep like let's say lecture gets over at 12. I do some reading. We do question and answer, a couple readings after that aspect. Then 3 o'clock hits. It's 3 a.m. I'm still the fuck up. Mainly because after a lecture, I need to find something to lower my energy down because I've pulled in so much fucking energy at that fucking point. So I'm live, I'm wired. So I got to find something on TV or find something to type on or play with, or play Plants vs. Zombies or some shit. Might go play God of War 1. I'm playing God of War 1 now over again on Titan. I already played God of War 2. No, I started with God of War 3 on Titan. Then I went to God of War 2 on Titan. Then I went to God of War 1 and I'm playing that bitch on Titan. Ashe. Now I'm playing God of War 2. Now I'm playing God of War 1 on Titan. I went backwards because I already went forwards. I ain't played God of War since God of War, the first one came out. And I was like, damn, nigga, this shit is fucking wow. But even in that aspect, I'm having alpha moments as I'm sitting here playing a fucking video game. I'm like, nigga, this game took me the first time like 4 days to fucking beat. I'm sitting there now, and these are just aspects that you start studying and understanding yourself. You're outside of aspect of time. I sat down in front of God of War yesterday after I was done with 2 sessions, some readings, and a consultation, putting the notes together for the upcoming week, closing out the week, doing some paperwork, conversations and whatnot. And I sat down and started playing God of War. And if anybody's played God of War, and this nigga does not run. So there is no running through any fucking levels. Nigga, you gotta defeat every monster. You gotta defeat every fucking beast that comes up, or you can't get to the next level. So it takes some time to go through this fucking game. I'm sitting there. I think I started playing it at 6:37. I'm almost done with it, and I stopped playing around 11:30, 11:45. The things that used to stop me no longer stop me. The things that used to be barriers no longer stop me. The things that I used to gravitate towards in order to be accepted no longer are there. I went over that level of learning that space. Then I went over the level again of learning it, the aspect of acknowledging it, then went to the aspect of learning it, then went to the aspect of applying it, then went to the aspect of showing my work, and then going back to the aspect of understanding it again. You're going through the layers over and over and over and over again. Every time is going to give you a different result based on your humility to yourself, your truth to yourself. The only way you keep getting the same results and the same things in life is because you keep applying the same formulas to the same fucking problem. You can't at this level where it started, where it's this level is the bottom. So you can't fix anything at the bottom that started at the top. It doesn't work that way. I can't fix my childhood traumas at this level, expecting this level to remain what it is. If I go back to a trauma of my childhood or things of my childhood or things that have happened to me, I have to be able to accept that there is going to be it's the butterfly effect. If I go back there and fix this, up here, something's going to change. But I'm not looking at the external aspects of something changing. This is the aspect of true forgiveness. I'm not looking for the outside aspects to change. I'm not looking for my mother to become, I'm not going to look for my mother to become a better mother because I went back and forgave her for the things that she did based on what the fuck she went through. I'm going back there to that space to find the forgiveness, to have the compassion, to have the understanding of what she did. Therefore, I now can create the scenario in my mind. Can I deal with this since I've dealt with that? That's like right now. Close your eyes and visualize that you have found the man of your dreams or the woman of your dreams. You can even visualize if you have a significant. Visualize in your mind. You get off from a long day of work. You walk into the house. All the lights are off. But in the bedroom, and your man or your significant other is in there with your best friend, sister, and that bitch you hate from work, and one of the other homegirl, the friend of the bitch that you hate from work. And they're in there, and they getting it in. Visualize that shit in your head. For the brothers, visualize in your fucking mind. You walk in the house, and all of your perceived enemies, niggas you don't like, is slapping they dick on your wife's or your shorty's forehead right now. Can you deal with it? How does it make you feel? How does that shit make you feel? The human narrative The human aspect is expected. You get angry, somebody head coming off, you fighting somebody, you knocking somebody down, somebody getting stabbed. You might pull out and do a spell or two. But what's next? You get your retribution. You get your revenge. You get your vengeance. You get your retribution. What next? Y'all aren't together. Y'all are together. You went in that nigga phone. You saw something that you didn't want. Y'all aren't together. Y'all still together. Y'all working it out. It happens again. You work it out. It happens again. You work it out. It happens again. She gets pregnant. You don't know if it's yours, but you remember during one of your, all you're thinking about is one of the makeup sessions that you had, and nigga, your pull-out game wasn't that fucking strong, or maybe you got that wet ass pussy and that nigga pull-out game fucked up, so you had a kid. Now in your mind, your brain thinks rational and logic. Now that we have a kid together, we're going to be able to, I don't have to worry about those things that happened before. Those things are still the fuck there. All that bullshit, all those traumatic events are still there. They all need to exist. They all want to exist. They all want to and all need to exist. So your identity and your ego is going to create the focal points for all of those shits to exist. It needs something to feed from. Either way, it's going to feed from you through your thoughts, through the formulated processes of rationale and reason. It's 10:30. His job closed at 9. It only takes him 15 minutes to get here. That means it only takes him 30 minutes to get here after close. I give him an hour after close. So he should be here by 10:30. It's 11:15. Where is he at? So now you spend all your time creating in your mind that this nigga or this chick is somewhere with 4 niggas, or 4 getting slapped in the face by 4 niggas' dicks, or face down eating booty of 4 other chicks. You spend your whole time creating that shit in your fucking mind, manipulating your space to fit your environment. Now you mad as fuck. Nigga comes home. Nigga had to stay later. You completely forgot that this nigga got promoted, because in his mind, he said, I want to make it work with her. I got to take my job more seriously. So if my boss needs me to stay later to get some training done, I'm going to stay later and get some training done. You forgot that he said that shit. Your trauma sets you up. Your ego sets you up for the okie doke based on the historical narrative, instead of accepting the historical narrative so you can better self-observe yourself. What did it bring out in you? That issue with your whoever cheated on you or did whatever did not start from that person cheating on you. It didn't start from the last person cheating on you. It didn't start from the other person cheating on you. They are all effects of the original cause. You still acting out the original fucking causes. The white man, even though they did what the fuck they did, you already wrote down what the fuck they were going to do. Already prophesized it, already wrote the shit down. It's within the fucking text. In every fucking mythos, in every fucking story. It's written the fuck down. Coded to your eyes. Coded with curves that they can't see. Coded in language that even if they can break it down and intellectualize it, they still cannot tap into what it fucking truly means. It's all about the acceptance. Once you accept that you're the creator, once you accept that you made the mistake, once you accept that you're the original creator and the mistakes of the original creator, everything that comes after that falls in the line and makes sense. All this shit will start making sense. All the other shit that you don't want to accept. These other lines and points all start to make fucking sense. Where did I fuck up at? What do I need to work on? Lord, give me a sign. Even the most Christianist say, Lord, give me a sign. I saw it in the fucking Tyler Perry movie. That Why Did I Get Married? I saw it in the Tyler Perry movie. When the nigga when he made her drive and she got there late and all that shit. She was like, Lord, just make my marriage work. After going back, and I've been going back looking at a lot of movies and other things. I looked at the movie and for my own benefit of why I watched it, this is all about creating your shit to make it work for you. And we're going to get into that aspect when we talk about creating energy and claiming energy and how to claim it and when energy is ready to be claimed. I looked at that space and I was like, I internalized it after I looked back at it this third time. This was like child's play compared to some of the shit that I had to break down. I was already within the relationship counseling phase of my reading on relationships and shit. And she was like, please fix my marriage. So when I hear fix my marriage, I say fix the bond between me and myself. I'm going to go up this mountain and try to I'm going to go up to my higher self and try to fix me and mine so I can move forward. This is the aspect of when you truly start encoding, you're not encoding for the benefit to make something make sense for somebody else or to say, see, this is what they keep doing. You're doing it for yourself to create the scenario to visible within your mind, which goes into the aspect of claiming energy, pulling energy down, using your energy. Where you start, if you keep returning to where you start, you keep going back to where you start, where you came from. You're always going to keep repeating the same fucking circle of events. That spiral effect. But you can't even get off the top tier of the spiral. You keep going back to those same effects because you ain't going down deep enough. You ain't allowing that screw to get knocked. You haven't even went down to acknowledge it's a screw to knock the screw the fuck loose. You ain't even went down the spiral to realize that it's a screw to knock that motherfucker loose. This is the aspect of claiming energy. Taking in energy for yourself, using the energy for yourself. First off, you got to get out of this aspect of it's good or bad. Because it's all energy. It's all positive and negative. It all serves a purpose. You got to get out of this aspect of, Oh my God, they keep killing our black babies and our black kids. The first thing you got to accept is the transition is inevitable. First thing you got to accept is the transition is inevitable. Everybody's going to transcend at their moment in time. Everybody chooses when they transcend based on the work that they need to do. So I like to think, I like to put in the thought process. When I look at the children's sacrifices, they killed Breonna Taylor. What killed Breonna Taylor was her choice in men. What killed Breonna Taylor was her choice in men. They killed Sandra Bland. Aren't you supposed to die for what you're... Isn't that circumference within that wokeness or even unconscious? You're supposed to die. If you're not willing to die for it, don't do it. So she died for what she believed in. So she did what she was supposed to do. Die for what she transpired. She transcended based on what she believed in. Say her name. But you fall and create the fucking ritual. You give them the power. Say her name and show up that same goddamn picture of her. They killed her in the fucking... Y'all show the same fucking picture. Say her name. Fuck for her. And you say her name, so now that energy is now being pulled from that ether, from that higher realm down here. And based on being a martyr, you created another martyr. The martyr is what they feed from. The martyr is based up. The martyr complex is based upon your emotions. So if you sit here and say my name, or hands up, or can't breathe, those are all aspects and triggers for the martyr to activate that energy through that deity. Because you now deified this person, all the greatness that they did or whatever they stood for. Based on that one point, you deified it. They kill it. They release the energy. It's now a deity because it's now the energy is now a genius. They can't touch the fucking genius. Remember, the intellectual is their floor. The intellectual is their ceiling. The genius is the wanting to do, or the note activating your gnosis, and the intelligence is that higher energy. So you do what you know best. And oh my God, let's protest, let's march, let's riot, let's do this. Let's stand up for our rights. Let's cause this emotional outcry for that martyr and pull that energy down. The energy don't benefit you in no way, shape, or form. Because what do? You give that energy to them. And keep them under the same fucking... You use the same fucking conduits that they create the martyr. They create the polarity. When you say the Illuminati, that becomes a polarity. The Illuminati, when you truly study the fucking Illuminati, they play both fucking sides. I don't know how many times motherfuckers are going to sit here and say something about George Soros and Black Lives Matter and not understand it as a fucking polarity. Playing both fucking sides. The positive and the negative. On the negative side is George Soros. On the positive side is Black Lives Matter. In the middle is everything that can be benefited from Black Lives Matter. Until you have the transparency and understanding why this is here, you can't use that energy to take yourself to the next fucking level. So you pull the energy down, it goes to these same two polarities. Same two polarities. You're the middle point in arguing and wanting to debate and go back and forth. It goes to these same two fucking polarities. George Soros gets his money from the energy. His byproduct is the money. And then these people get some rights and some other bullshit that really don't exist. That are all based upon the morality, based on fucking humanity. This is what they get on this fucking side. So both sides get something. Meanwhile, you sitting here wondering and arguing back and forth, is there any way to get rid? Is there any way to separate Black Lives Matter from George Soros? How can you separate something that this motherfucker created for that purpose? The aspect of what you're trying to do is separate some shit and choose a side, because I still agree with Black Lives Matter because we all need rights. And then you fall right on the tune, because as soon as you say Black Lives Matter, somebody says all lives matter, and then you get upset and want to batter the motherfucker that says all lives matter. When neither motherfucker, it doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that matters is the fucking black magic matters, chaos matters. The energy that's being cycled. How the fuck do I tap? Everybody's doing that. I'm wondering how the fuck to tap into the energy. I'm wondering how the fuck I'm gonna tap into that energy. And I'll hide in plain sight. I'll sit right here in the fucking living room, light up some fucking reverse candles, sit here and meditate for a couple minutes, play some fucking music. Because the motherfucker been gone. There was an interesting thing that Eddie Griffin said, that nobody leaves out this shit clean. Nobody leaves clean. That artist or that deified image, that artist or that deified image gets to a point, gets its masters or the masters of its craft. It gets to a point where it can master its craft. You can say Masons, whatever the fuck you want to say. Doesn't fucking matter. That's just a trajectory point for you to learn it. And then that motherfucker gone. Everybody looked at R. Kelly. The R. Kelly shit. Oh my God, R. Kelly was da-da-da-da-da and he was peeing on girls and all that bullshit. That nigga been gone. R. Kelly has been gone. When that nigga said he got his masters, that nigga was gone before that. I knew R. Kelly was gone. The energy, that pan energy that he was borrowing from when Michael, that energy that he borrowed from that space. I knew that nigga was gone when this nigga did a video and he had on some purple gloves, a purple hat, and a purple mask. And I don't even remember the name of the damn song. Since then, I don't know if they were recent or not. I was looking at the videos today because I was watching something. Then I went to that to prove how far gone this nigga is gone. And the 5 songs that he came out with another song like Happy Barbecue type shit, some barbecue, happy people fucking song. And then I went back and I looked at Summer Bunnies and I looked at the tone. I was like, this nigga don't even sound the fucking same. Like, to the untrained mind, to the untrained aspect to look through shit, that he has the transparency to look through the veil, they can't even see how far that nigga was going. This nigga did a song called Hair Braider. This nigga had everything. He had all these different styles of cornrows. This nigga had on a big ass chain. This nigga has on a big ass chain. It's on YouTube. Nigga has on a big ass chain. They got 2 C's on it like this. Hold it up. I thought that nigga was. When I first saw the fucking picture, I thought Birdman was in the fucking video. I was like, definitely not watching this one. But I looked, I was like, nigga, what? That nigga been gone. So while we sitting here, and this is an aspect of, while we sitting here trying to worry about who a clone and all this bullshit, it don't fucking matter. If you notice that the motherfucker's a clone, how about you go into due diligence to try to pull the energy down? Find what the fuck they represented. All this work that's on the fucking table on the floor to fucking do, and you worried about this motherfucker being a clone. Oh, they cloning us. That shit don't even fucking matter, because if that was the fucking true fucking case, in the aspect of you saying that they're cloning motherfuckers, why wouldn't they clone all of us and get it fucking over with? Why wouldn't they just make us all fucking clones and get it fucking over with? Because it's not about making this. They don't have the power to make this grand scheme of effects. No one in your fucking life has the grand scheme of effects to do anything more than what your mind can create. So if you sit here in your mind and you say every fucking nigga that you're seeing now is a fucking clone, then every fucking nigga that you're going to see is going to be what you think a clone is. Every nigga is going to be a fucking clone. Every nigga is going to be a clone. If you think that the white man is the devil and all this evil shit, and they're so sinister and they're so smart, then everything that they do or they have now intellectualized behind that mask, you now create the door that you're not humble enough to step through. The white man concept of the white man being this and the white man being that concept is solely on something that you have not humbled yourself to go through that fucking door. I had an aspect about black people in interracial relationships, black women with white women, and I mean black men, even in the same thing, yeah, but black men with white women and white women with black men. Zaddies and cougars and queen of spades and all that shit. The reason that you hate it, because what it brings up in you, even if you ask them, they're demonstrating their aspects of the wounded mass. They're showing you the aspects of, it's giving you an aspect to be able to see the wounded masculine or the woman and fucking feminine. So instead of sitting there saying, I hate seeing our brothers with these white women because these white women did this, you feed back into the same narrative. They did all this shit and then this happened. You can put out every fucking point. You can sit here and say, because, one second. You can say in that aspect of white men not liking black men, not liking white women, or y'all know what I said the first time. This is Teak and that's Talk. This is Teak and Talk. They've been with us all night. They wanted to come in and play. You can take all of those aspects. You can go through the entire, all the showing you is like, why? We taught them how to bathe. We taught them how to do this. We taught them how to do all of these things. We taught them how to serve within humanity. That's the first layer. Oh, shit. We taught them how to serve us, to be servants at the best. What's next? This person has not accepted their full reality. That's all it's showing you. Oh, the nigga didn't show this nigga ain't accepted his full aspect of reality. He ain't done his necessary works. So the hatred that is being shown is a reflection. What work am I doing on myself? Because they give you the same exact fucking narrative. Black women think that they think that their strength, they're strong and they're argumentative and all these things. That's what a black woman is. No. That's what a broken person is. Hurt people. You hurt by that shit, it's a reflection of the hurt of yourself that you have not healed yet. You can't handle me because I'm strong and I'm outspoken and I'm this, and that. Man, you can't handle me because you want me to be vulnerable and I'm not vulnerable. You can go back and forth all fucking day. But until you know how to externalize that external state of being and be able to hear to learn instead of listening to reply, oh, that nigga too sensitive. Think about what it devolves down into that motherfucking. Think about the polarity that it gets trapped in. If I continuously go into a space and keep creating within that space from my divine spark, my higher self, I keep creating, pulling my energy down into a space. And whatever comes up, I'm not working on and fixing in that space. I'm not fixing to repair or make it better. I'm fixing it in the aspect of dissecting it to understand it. Accepting that narrative, I can care fucking less because I see fucking energy. I see fucking energy. I see the hues of fucking energy. So it doesn't matter how much work you do on the lower level of making yourself be a certain way or based on your identity, your ego. Because if you meet the aspect of something being healed or on a higher level, it's going to challenge everything that you have now based upon your identity, based upon those eyes. This is what I am. I am awake. I'm conscious. I'm this and I'm that. Choosing what you want to be as you're picking through the pantheons. And you choose that aspect. And now you create yourself. But now it becomes degenerative after a point in time because it's only based upon your identity. It's only a minute before your identity rises and has another spark and fills into that space. Submitting to the attributes of the ideal to be what that is in that space. Because you stay in there too fucking long. You got used to that aspect. You got comfortable in being what the fuck you were at that fucking point in time. You got comfortable in being, motherfuckers got comfortable in being oppressed. Motherfuckers got comfortable with being within the struggle. Niggas became ghetto fabulous. Bitches became ghetto fabulous within the fucking struggle. You made an entire fucking culture out of the fucking struggle. And now that it's time to let that shit fucking go, you can't let the shit go. That's your identity. You cannot let the ego go. Everything that created that fucking shit, you can't let fucking go. So if I can't let go of the identity and what I've been getting from that space, of course I can't let go of the trauma. Then of course I can't go and do the inner work because my entire external state of being is going to fall apart. My entire infrastructure is going to fall apart. What am I doing now? What am I doing now? I can't submit. I can't submit to more knowledge. The knowledge is the masculine counterpart. So your lack of being able to submit to the knowledge to create something, that's what the white woman does. She's a refraction. All she can do is reflect what has been implemented. All she can do is reflect from the space what's already been implemented inside of her or him. That's all they can do. They have no power outside of what they were programmed to do. They have no power outside of that outside force of program. So by nature, if you ain't working on your shit and you say, okay, I'm gonna go over here and do this, man, they ain't all that bad. You only went to the surface. So in reality, to look at it, to perfect that space, to gain transparency, what they're willing to do physically, you always must be willing to do in the spiritual aspect. Because you know it doesn't exist past that intellectual floor. So the intellectual shit that they put together in their mind to rationalize and make that shit work it worked for them. And you being upset at it feeds the energy to make them do more of that because they're getting the attention. Because they're coming from a broken space. That's why they did it in the first place. So if you express the brokenness of yourself and pull your energy down into that space, congratulations. You are the martyr for the hatred of the mad black woman. You are the martyr in the hatred for the mad black man. Congratulations. You're wearing blackface. You're wearing fucking blackface. I don't need to say that I'm black. I barely need to say that I'm a fucking god. My actions prove that shit. The visuals that I promote that shit. That's in play. Let the motherfucker think what the fuck they think. Use that to your fucking advantage because it's doing what it's supposed to do. The motherfucker sits here and tell you, oh, you're this, this, and this because you got this, this, and this. Cool. Bet. You're going to be able to feed. This is how you claim your fucking energy. Because they're going to keep siphoning that energy through those aspects. The more that you understand those aspects, the more energy that you pull from that space. I love when people look at me like, I love when motherfuckers that are not on the level or not in the space that we are in looks at me and says, oh, you're a shaman. Oh, you work with, oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. I'm like, yeah, I'll agree. Oh, you're a devil worshiper. The only devil that I worship is Lucifer. I'm Papa Lucifer. Hell yeah, yes, what I am. Yeah. And that's how you feed from your fucking energy. It ain't good or fucking bad. It is not about you trying to prove to a motherfucker what the fuck you doing. This how you block the way for your soul tribe and the motherfucker that's supposed to be around you anyway. You block yourself. You block your own blessings by what you keep around you. You block your own alignment by what the fuck you choose to keep around you. You keep that refractive light of the white man being the reason that you don't have no money and you struggling, you ain't got no shit. It's a refracted point. It don't absorb, it refract light. So anything behind that light, behind that conduit, you can't even get into. All of the sciences and all of your shit that they use to create and do the rituals that they do, that they can do, based on the intellectual concept, you can't even get to. Because those repressed traumas inside of you are activating that aspect to exist. Now you can't make any more fucking moves. Now you can't talk about money because your energy's out of fucking balance. Because all you're thinking is generational wealth is fucking money. All you thinking is generational curses is all you thinking about all you thinking as that's in generational curses is the shit that they'd happen to your fucking ancestors. You only looking at the obvious points. And since you lay in charge to the obvious points, yes, it works. It's doing what it's supposed to do, but it's not doing what you want it to do. There's a difference between doing what the fuck you want and doing what the fuck you can. I can't stress that shit a fucking enough. There's a difference between doing what the fuck you want and doing what the fuck you can. Doing what you can, keep following that same fucking narrative. Keep arguing back and forth about your points about what the fuck you doing and what the fuck you working on to heal yourself. And I guarantee you don't keep getting the same fucking shit. Keep going around the same individuals. Keep going back to the same places that you keep going to in your life. And I can guarantee you don't keep getting the same fucking shit. I can guarantee you that shit. Keep repeating it. But if you choose to fucking evolve past being, I'm aware that I'm awoke, I'm aware that I was asleep, and you choose to fucking evolve, all of those repeats become your fucking, all of those same repeats you now get to see as the fucking lessons. That's your lesson plan. That's your synopsis. You in class. You in class right now. You in school right now. Learn yourself. Once you learn yourself a fucking again. Take yourself into that fucking space. Allow that discomfort to happen, because all it's tearing away is the shit that's not really you. Your identity is going to fight it. Your ego is going to fight that shit. You going to get angry at motherfuckers for not being there for you. Oh, they're showing you ain't there for yourself. You going to be upset when motherfuckers ain't there for you. You just showing yourself that you ain't there for yourself. You have not created a way outside of your identity to exist or actually to live. You're used to existing. So it sounds good to grab a book. It sounds good to grab a book and read a couple pages out of it. But until you're actually able to synthesize this information as you're supposed to and allow it to open up what the fuck's inside of you, you ain't doing shit with it. You can sit here, ooh, I got the book, The Serpent Grill, and I read that book. And motherfuckers can go into fucking, the spiritual conscious groups and the aware groups on fucking Facebook or whatever it may be, and take a quote out of a fucking book and say the shit and sound very motherfucking smart. Sound like fucking geniuses. Sound like the motherfucking best intellectuals on the fucking planet. Meanwhile, at the house, the relationship with him and his baby mother is fucking shot. And in that same fucking light, get on fucking Facebook, get on fucking Facebook, whatever it fucking may be, and put out a whole fucking post about this is why I don't be fucking with these bitches and da da da. Show that his feelings is fucking hurt. I thought you was a fucking god, nigga. I thought you was a fucking goddess. Accept your level of being and start healing. That's why it keeps showing up. That's why them niggas that ain't shit keep showing up. That's why them bitches that ain't shit keep showing up. Do you know how I look at this is how I look at motherfuckers. This is funny how I look at white people. I remember my last job. Being at my job. And I'm looking at the ones that they let be managers. This is after I turned down managing. I was like, no, I'm it's not me anymore. I don't feel it. I looked at the ones that they had in place. I was like, and I'm really sitting there looking one day. This really sitting there looking like, this is what they've chosen to be in charge of this. That means that this space is really not that hard. But in order for me to get to that point, in order for me to understand it, I had to get to that point first. Because I looked at I went through the paperwork, the training. I was doing all of these aspects at my job, doing the fucking truck orders, doing fucking schedules, putting in numbers, creating spreadsheets, doing all of these aspects. And then I'm sitting there every day with my general manager at the time, and she looking at me like, I don't understand how they can't put in fucking numbers. They're just fucking numbers. Everything's already set. Hell, me and you created the fucking spreadsheets. All they could do is put in a number. I don't understand why they can't put in fucking numbers. It ain't for them. It goes past anything past creating is not for them. Anything past giving them a charge is not for them. You're starting to see, whether you've been in or you coming in or wherever level you at, you're going to see the examples of this exact aspect. The love and hip hop. Let's debate. Let's argue back and forth. And what you're going to see now is motherfuckers switching the tone, coming into the space of, oh, this is what it's like to be going into your higher self and what love and all of these aspects are. This is what you're going to start fucking seeing. because they jumped in the pool. They jumped in too fucking soon. They weren't ready. They jumped in when their emotions they jumped in when their emotions was at the highest. It started putting in fucking work. And now that's where that burnout comes from. You done been in situations over and over and over again in your fucking life. And you feel burnt out and you feel tired and you feel like it's the end. Your energy didn't die. It's the things that went around your energy that locked your energy within that aspect of your psyche, in your ego, your shadow self, all these aspects, your subconscious, that locked in your energy into that space. You created that conduit. You got to accept that you created that shit. You got to accept that you created that space that you were in. You got to accept that you accepted being in that space. You got to accept why you accepted to be within that space, because that's the beginning work. And then you got to allow that discomfort of what's going to fall, because your infrastructure is going to fall. I'm not going to lie to you. Lucifer doesn't lie. Ha ha ha. That's funny. I'm not going to lie to you. Your shit going to fall apart. Your shit going to fucking, your tower is going to fucking be destroyed. You ain't even going to look at your mother the same. You ain't going to look at nobody the same. When you really start putting in that true work to yourself, you ain't looking at nothing the same no more. Parts of you going to miss some shit. Other parts of you going to be like, fuck that shit. You're going to be all over the fucking place. Because you're rebuilding your fucking psyche. Your ego is trying to regroup. That environment is trying to sustain based on those old thoughts. All it does is it sustains off of the energy of your energy being in imbalance. So the love for your family, the love for your mom, your sisters, whoever it may be, this distancing aspect, your ego is going to turn that into, if you step away, they're going to hate you, because it has to now refract it backward. It has to turn that shit, it has to change, it has to refract that same projection in backwards, so you still attached to it. So you feel like you're doing something. So now you feel like you're doing something, and then your ego is like, let me save you. That's that space between you realizing that you were asleep and knowing that you got to wake the fuck up. You got to take that step. You got to put yourself in that space. You got to allow everything that you're seeing, putting it into your favor. The only way you putting this shit into your favor is creating the scenarios, is working on those fucking traumas. Because if you haven't done the necessary internal work when something comes up, all it is your ego going to make that shit work. And that's what you've seen, that this level within the conscious community, or the new dogma, the new religious community. All you're seeing is that aspect of, if I stand for this, this is what it's to stand for, because it's based upon the old narrative. I can still feed from that fucking energy, because there's still niggas over there still needing that shit. And that's the level for them. But if you want to truly change something, and changing yourself, and truly changing yourself, and taking yourself through that true fucking path and that true fucking work, you got to disconnect yourself from all fucking aspects of humanity and understand that what it is based upon what you have not dealt with. What it is something that you have either dealt with or not dealt with. Something that you came down here to fucking study and understand. And that understanding is solely fucking up to you. All of the information that you're going to take in your fucking shit, it's all up to you based on that. That's how you manipulate that space. That's how you put yourself into the space that you need to be in. That's why you there. That's why you here right now. That's why you was there. That's why you was at that place this on Monday and this place on Tuesday. Until you learn how to interface your energy on all accounts and feed from all of these spaces. Either you're feeding it or you're nurturing it. You're feeding it or you're nurturing it. You're feeding it or you're nurturing it. on that rhythm. So it starts reflecting as above, so below. I love myself. So I forgive these others. I love myself from the resignation of whatever trauma that I went through from that family friend. So down here, the energy that is got from that siphoning from that space starts to fucking shut down. But you ain't paying attention to it shutting down. You now know that if I work on my internal, this reflection no longer resonates with me. What can I learn from that space? Now that I've acknowledged it, what can I learn from it? That meant something that happened to me a while back, a long time ago, that I had to acknowledge, that I had to work on. It no longer resonates with me. Yes, you will still be aware of the plights of humanity, but you have a better understanding, how to fix the plights of humanity for yourself, to tap into yourself. You will now see, oh, these are the plights of humanity. I remember when I was like that. I remember when that got to me. Yo, what did you do to get over it? I accepted that something happened to me in my life that made that happen. That's a reflection of that. That's where it fed from. So the only way to get away from it, or to make it so it no longer has any fucking power in that extreme reflection, is to do the extreme work internally to remove myself from the conflict. The more and more that I do that, the shit starts to fucking shut down. The shit goes away. It goes away. It doesn't have power anymore. Whatever remnants is left within that space for the motherfuckers that haven't done the work, I now can pull that energy up. So you automatically are already pulling the energy up so it doesn't fucking work down there anyway. You're stopping it so it can't be tapped into. You're stopping that shit so it can't be tapped into. The energy that gets pulled from that no longer has a fucking balance. On your side, you've accepted it as above. So down there, they have to accept down below. That's not for you to do. That's for you to do and work on yourself up here so you can understand the shit that's going on down here. Everything down here is a fucking reflection of some shit that you have not taken care of. It's all a result of something that happened to you throughout your life cycles. You had to come back and see it at that point. What does that fly look like sitting on the ceiling? How can I see the fly? How can I see there's no spider web up there. How can I see the spider hanging above my head? What would that look like, a spider hanging above my head? Oh, that's what it looks like. All right. What does it look like from the spider's point of view? Oh, that's what it looks like. What does it look like? What does a spider look like when it's dead? If I use this spray and spray this spider, what does the spider feel? If I try to get down on this nigga before he sprays me, how can I get out of the way? How can I make myself strong enough so it don't fucking hurt me next time? That's all you're fucking doing. You're going back and forth between the points, understanding that middle point, gaining that transparency, and charging that polarity so you can rise yourself up to your next level. Because you can't worry about shit until your energy is in balance anyway. I suggest to anybody, get your energy in balance. Take the time that you fucking need for your energy to get in order and balance your energy. Put yourself in fucking the space that you need to put yourself in before you do anything else. Because everything outside of you is going to be that example. Even to the aspect of submitting yourself in an aspect of you're not submitting yourself. And this is the same thing like going into relationship or going into working on yourself. You're not submitting to give power to. You're only submitting to those attributes of that space or what's within that space to learn from it. So I'm not going into a space, so I don't have no thought process in my mind other than creating within myself that in saving this aspect outside of me, that only showed that I need to save myself. I need to set myself up first. That way, when I go into these spaces, if it's ready for that, it's going to be ready for that. If it's not, it's not. I can make a new, clear, conscientious decision and move the fuck forward. I don't have to sit there and be like, yo, these bitches out here, man, they trifling and this, and this. I don't have to make comments. I don't have to make the comments that motherfuckers are making. I don't have to say outside of my fucking mouth that I would not deal with anything other than a spiritual woman. I don't have to say that shit. My energy, my presence, my stance, what I say says that shit. So why the fuck do I need to say it? Why do I need to say the antagonist just to be the protagonist? Why do I have to say something in the aspect of my superior divine self instead of saying, well, if it comes to me, it's something that I have to learn from anyway. I'm open to whatever comes because all that comes is something that I need to learn from. This changes the whole aspect of if you healing. This changes the whole aspect of how you manipulate and move around the space. I'm not going to accept this, and this. There's nothing that I'm not willing to accept because I know my basis for myself. At a point in time, it'll naturally, what the fuck is that? It will naturally erode or eradicate itself. It will naturally eradicate and take itself out the fucking picture based on identity. If I'm balanced, I'm growing, I'm accepting that I'm healing and I'm still healing because healing, shadow work, all these ongoing processes as you go to next levels, it just becomes more and more, it becomes more and more mental and more spiritual as you unlock these aspects. As I'm doing that, that means anything that cycled through on that round into this orbit of my world, my universe, anything that's coming to this orbit, it's coming in for a certain reason. Anything based on anything that I've already worked on creates the visibility of how visible I am inside of that space. That's how that works. It's like, I use this example. Remember when you were in school and for me, it was this one chick. It was in 6th grade. She had these chubby cheeks. She was mad cute. All aspect of how you learn yourself. She was mad cute. She had the little chubby cheeks. She had this like little squeaky voice. She was like mad short. I just had my growth spurt, so I was like slightly taller. 6th grade, you're just growing up and shit. She was mad cute. I was like the evil genius type in school at this point in time in the 6th grade. To myself, real quiet, just now finding myself a little bit. And she was quiet as well. In that aspect, the opposites of the attraction would have been, I would have needed to been the loud aspect as composed to her quiet aspect. Therefore, unconscious, that you use as an unconscious learning aspect. In order for us to have connected my loud her quiet aspect and my quiet aspect, it would have stayed, at that point in time, there was nothing to notice. I saw her like on my Instagram like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, oh shit, she done grown up. She has a voice. She speaks on things. Da da da. So mad growth. Taking myself out of the aspect of why we never connected on a physical level. It was all on the mentality. Because she was still quiet in that aspect of that mentality. I was always quiet in that aspect of that mentality. I changed in the aspect of my mentality when I came into high school and then seeing her in high school, and I could like see a parallel of she shifted in the mentality to where I shifted to. Throughout the timeline, it was only in the 6th grade that we had a conversation and we laughed and like, you was running around trying to beat you who run the fastest type shit. You were just coming to the end of that. Before women had bodies and shit and men had fucking arms and shit. That aspect of understanding within that space set the tone for if I ate the sandwich, if I went that route in the beginning, where would I be now? Would I go through the same exact points in my life as I did at that point? If I were like, oh shit, nigga, what if I went and spoke at that point in time to this person, to this chick? What if we spoke at that time? Would there still be a now? What changes would have changed and developed? What experiences would have changed? These are the aspects that you're not worried about. You're looking at this trajectory point as a learning aspect. I can go back. I can literally tell you from 1984 till now, everything that's happened in my life in personal. That's that first go around. I can go back again. I went back again. Purple Rain came out in 1984. Purple Rain came out in 1984. I was conceived when my mother was in New York with my father to Let's Go Crazy. That's what I was conceived to. That record was playing in the background. My mother loved Prince. These are aspects when you start looking at yourself. I never lit my goddamn incense. These are aspects that you look at within yourself in it's finding yourself. My middle name is the deity fashioned that Prince came down here as and lived in. My pops, my father, and my pops my father, my pops liked Jimi Hendrix and who else? Another nigga. Jimi Hendrix, James Brown, and all them niggas. My pops. My father liked Jimi Hendrix and Carlos Santana and all of these energies, these aspects. So I go back to that layer. What happened in 1984 when Dove Sky came out? Prince hit the scene. So now I know the song or the melody that I was created to. So I know the energy that I was created under. So I know the pantheon or a point for me to go look at. So I can go study Dionysus, And then Dionysus goes into the aspect of, you look at Osiris, you look at the Osiris, you go back into those natures of those pantheons. And then Osiris is the same as within the pantheon of Baron Samni, Papa Legba. And then I see the connection to my grandmother of the hoodoo and the voodoo and Papa Legba and these energies. And that's how it connected to this top hat and wearing hats and shit, and how I acted and thinking about death. And now I can create this point that I now can feed from. This is how I'm claiming my energy. It sounds nice for a motherfucker. You can tell when certain people go into certain spaces because they always want to pick the prettiest shit. They want to pick the most prettiest shit to be their nexus point. Every nexus point that I picked was in some down and dirty shit. Even from how my life came up when I was dealing with my pops. My father was in the fucking underworld. My father was that poppy that rappers and these niggas talking about gonna get something to sniff from. My pops was that nigga that these motherfuckers was going to get the shorty for the night from. All of these aspects tied into my pops, even with him being unconscious, being Catholic, the super Catholic that he is. He fell under the aspects of the pantheon of many wives because he had many ladies of the night. They were all connected to him based upon a sacred energy exchange of money for doing what they had to do. It's about taking off the fucking veil and looking at that dirty shit. Motherfuckers want to look at the pretty shit. There's motherfuckers right now, like there's like 7 or 8 different renditions of Oshun. The Oshun of the water, muddy waters, the Oshun of fire, another pantheon. Over here in this space, she's this. Over here in this space, they're this. But every motherfucker want to get stuck on one or the other. I'm going to choose that one right there. And in reality, for the motherfucker that can see with that vision, and you see the motherfuckers that choose certain fucking names, oh, you the one of the muddy waters. That all goes into the aspect, when you think about energy and you keep reincarnating, based on what you are stuck within, is how you, down to how you look and how your physical vessel comes into form. It's all based upon all these aspects. You chose everything as you came down to experience what you had to experience. You chose everything as you came down to get what you're experiencing right now at this point in time. You chose everything. Down to your personality. Your personality is charted all the way out throughout the actual only 6 axes, the 6 points of the zodiacs, which is all on polarity, so it breaks down into 12. That's why there's the North Node and the South Node, because that attaches you to the other half. That's why you have the North Node and your South Node. That's why you got your rising. That's why you have your rising, your sun sign, your moon sign, your rising sign. That's 1 point. Your North and South Node connects you to the other points on the polarities. So everything down to your personality, to how you are, is based upon first your identity, then shedding your identity of how you were based on, nigga, I'm Aries. So I'm meant to be a little hard-headed. I'm hard to deal with. And a nigga got to accept me for me. That's bullshit. Work on yourself. Why the fuck are you hard-headed? You hard-headed because you got to break through something else. You headstrong because you got to break through something else. You passionate because you're passionate about learning yourself. Learn your aspects of learn those traits of your personality, and you get closer to yourself. Going back into the aspect of how I can now triangulate and now pull from that energy based on those points. My pop's still going to be my pops. My father has transitioned. My grandmother has transitioned. But those points, or those nexus points of those personality traits that I've now, those personality traits translated into the pantheons of the deities within the mythos that I now can connect to. Oh shit, that's how I found out who the fuck I am. It's all about finding who the fuck you truly are on all fucking levels. And then this is when you start seeing the fucking repeats. I've been this same entity over and over again, down to a point that I chose when to fucking wake up. I remember when I had a fucking real problem when I was sitting there chilling and I would be seeing the fucking energies coming. I would see like certain energies. I was like, nigga, what the fuck? And I would be having like them crazy, I would have some wild ass dreams. Wow, I was wilding in my dreams. But the more and more I was going into my space, I was understanding that I realized that I was recalling shit. And that's why I was so fucking confused. I could have been diagnosed with schizophrenia at a point in time. If the luck, it ain't even about luck, it's all about your lineup. Half of the things that were put upon or set upon me into an aspect of, I never got checked for ADHD because my pops didn't trust the government. He was in that aspect at a point in time. Didn't trust the government. Went sending me to no bullshit psychologists for all these things. The things that would be toxic or negative to a certain point in time now, the things that would have been positive at a point in time now, based upon me being me now, would be negative in the aspect of, now when I go back to them, it's a negative aspect because it no longer serves me a purpose. So my pop's saying, nah, he ain't going to no psychologist, so he can't feel pain and all this shit, and he's good, he just need Jesus. That was a needed aspect for me to be able to navigate through the shit I had to navigate through. Because if they subjected to the attributes of the ideal good parent in that time, I would be on fucking Ritalin or some shit. And then I would have a harder aspect of time trying to come out of that shit. These are the aspects of accepting these things, because even where your energy's at right now, where you're at right now, there's going to be shit that you have to transition through to understand yourself on a higher level. So when you get stuck on, my mother didn't love me, why didn't your mother love you? You really have to start looking at it through that perspective to understand that. How was your mother's mother treated her? How was your mother treated? My mother was treated very fucking, my mother was treated like my mother and my aunt. One of my aunts and my mother, they were treated like they were basically the stepchildren. So they were treated like the Cinderella aspect. So that transmuted to me understanding why my mother chose what she chose to do to raise and rear us. It's all about going back through that shit. If you have the chance, go back through it. That may not be your nexus point. It might be a whole different nexus point. That's why whenever I'm doing a consultation, I'm doing counseling, I'm doing therapy, and when I speak in a regular term, I'm always moving it into that matter of putting it into the aspect of, it's always going to be within the favor. It's always going to lead to one trajectory point. There's an aspect to heal. Whatever it may be, we got to bring that shit out to heal it. That's what needs to be done first. So healing's always going to be on that top regard. So when I make my diagnosis as your shaman or your spiritual guidance, that's how we move forward. Yours ain't going to be like everybody else's. Somebody's is not going to be like yours. Even if it's on that exact line of yours, in parallel, you can go through the same exact fucking trauma that this person over here went through. but it's going to have two different results. It's like when I look at myself, if anybody was to see my brother, you'd be like, nigga, y'all related? If anybody were to see me now as I am now, and then to see my family, you would swear we're not fucking related. And I'm going to agree with you. Even at that young age, I was like, we're not related. I'm adopted. I remember saying out of my mouth that I'm adopted. And I stuck by that shit the entire fucking time. It's fucking true. Because you come to this point of time, this point of moment, this aha, nigga, that's not my family. They serve the purpose. Once the purpose is served, what the fuck are they? And that's accepting that. That archetype that was your birth mother who birthed you down to this level that you chose to come down through, they're still going to hold that definition. They're still going to hold that definition. They still raised you. They still did certain things. But in order to separate so you can understand that line, that table of contents, you got to be able to see that shit. You got to be able to separate away from that shit emotionally. You got to be able to detach from that shit emotionally to see it for what the fuck it is. My aunts were hoes. My uncles was fucking alcoholics. My fucking uncles were fucking loan sharks and pimps. That's not saying that in a derogatory sense, but that's what the fuck they were. Once I'm able to define them for what the fuck they were, I can define them for what the fuck they were. Their worst attributes are brought to the surface. Because those worst attributes, those positive attributes were what stopped me from actually going through that door. I had to humble myself to see the negative. So when you step into a situation and it's negative, you have to, this is why on the human narrative, I put up a post I think earlier this week. Have you ever stayed with somebody that was emotionally draining you? Could you stay with somebody that was emotionally draining you? Now, a lot of people said no. Some people said yes. Some people said I did it. I said that I did it in all aspects, because there was aspects when I drained people emotionally because it was a reciprocal aspect. The negative aspect of that happening and why it happened, that's why I had to get to the bottom of. The emotional drain that I put on others and I allowed others to put on me was based upon the narrative of the reflections of how my mother was emotionally draining my pops, and my pops was emotionally draining my mother, and my father wanted to come back in. And the reason my father couldn't come back into the pictures because the spirit was like, nope. You got to understand that the spirit is going to kick some shit out of your fucking life on purpose. It needs to do that. It's always your higher self, your higher energy is always going to do what's best for you. It's not based on good or bad. It's based on necessary. It's based on necessary. It's based on a sense of being a necessity. It needs to happen. This is when you start looking at things in this manner that it's a necessary aspect to show me something. Where the fuck are you blaming things on anymore? I can care less who the fuck wins the fucking presidential election. Either way, shit's going to keep going the way that it's going. Nothing's going back to being the same. Picking a side, thinking some shit going to go back to being the same is not, it's not going to happen. This shit is not going back to what the fuck you thought it was. This shit's done. This shit's going to keep degenerating. This shit's going to keep deteriorating. This shit's going to keep falling apart. This shit's going to keep fucking going crazy, falling apart. And now it's up to you as you coming into your enlightenment, whether you're going to be enlightened and learn how to create some shit, or you going to stay down there in that I'm aware and keep trying to fight against shit. Which way you want to go? Either you're going to stay in the realm of energy that you got to either you're going to stay in the realm of already recycled energy, or you're going to go into the land of potential energy. That potential space. Your potential is up there. That's why when you go to your job and they got so much fucking potential, but the energy wasn't right, and you say, man, we had so much potential, but the energy wasn't right. We weren't in the same right space, and he was doing this, and she was doing that, and I was doing my thing over here, and there was things that had to be worked on. That's all natural aspects that have to happen. But the reason that it came into your point at that point in time is still something that you had to learn from it. There's something that had to come. There's something that had to be pulled out of you. That's why it's there, to pull that out of you. Once it's out, what are you doing with it? My heart's been pulled out of my chest. It's time to examine your heart. They fucked with my mind. It's time to examine your mind. Because they didn't pull your mind out. They didn't fuck with your mind. They fucked with your brain. They fuck with they fuck with that rationale and logic and reason that you kept trying to keep everything the same. They fucked with your brain. They pulled your brain out. They lobotomized your ass. If they're coming from a space where they're wounded, hurt people, then yes, they're going to lobotomize your ass. Have your mind all over the fucking place. And then they'll stay around because they realize that the mind is all and everything is mental. The universe is mental. And that's an aspect when you start thinking about, I remember back in like the 80s, my pops and uncle told me about the 80s and told me about them spirit. My uncle called them spiritual niggas. Them African Mambata niggas. And he was like, yeah, they some of the worst, because they'll say some smooth shit to some chick and tell her that she the earth and she the earth and he the sky, and they can come together and they can create some new shit and get in their mind. It's an aspect that happens. It needs to fucking happen because it's challenging you to think in a different way. Your identity now gets challenged. I remember, if anybody's seen Girlfriends, there was an episode or a couple episodes where Lynn was the aspect of Denise energy, because Denise Huxtable been gone, but that's neither here nor there. Lynn met this dude. She thought she was spiritual, but she was only conscious, and this nigga was spiritual. And he said he was celibate, and he basically spit the game on retained semen. He basically spit game on semen retention and all that shit. It was all in the fucking show. And he shared that aspect with her. She was like, she was still stuck on the aspect of being free in what the new age thought process was of what spirituality was. Being free and fucking who you wanted and doing what the fuck you wanted and not answering to anybody. She was stuck within a whole lot of things, but then her identity, because her identity, she never met her mother, but she knew her mother was white, and she never met her dad or some shit. I would have been a daddy. That's neither here nor there. But he challenged her to think outside of the physical aspect to come into the spiritual aspect. Did it in the fucking show. This is the challenging aspect of when you're healing yourself. Taking yourself into that space of what you truly, setting your standards based upon your healing and not setting your standards based upon your traumas. Because if you set your shit based on your fucking traumas, You're going to keep getting the same fucking shit. You're just going to get, all you're going to do instead of getting, you're going to move up in level. I've become more in tune with myself. But if you didn't deal with the fuck shit you need to deal with on that bottom level, guess what happens? All you're going to find is that fast talking ass spiritual type nigga, woke nigga, that's going to have your ass going to fucking, we need to fight black power and the powers that be. And it ain't going to feel right, but your intuition will be blocked by your trauma. Because you'll be stuck on the aspect of, I wish my father, you'll be still stuck on the aspect, I wish my father had fought like this man fights for his people. That's what a real man is. And then you get stuck within that narrative. You get stuck within that space. It's easy to get stuck within these spaces. It's not uncommon to get stuck within these spaces. It's the thing that you have to understand, like, why did I get stuck in this space in the first place? How did I get here? Where am I? Who am I? What am I? All of these questions come up, and then you got, this is the aspects of your shadow work. Once you acknowledge where you're at, you acknowledge your shadow self. Your shadow self. Once you acknowledge your shadow self, then you acknowledge the aspects of what you're mirroring, your mirrored traumas. And then you go down this entire fucking line. All of this stuff will be explained in the new narrative, by the way. New narrative. I'm working on the book now, New Narrative, Unlocking Self. I want to try to have it done by next summer or the fall. So look for that. My book is going to be, I'm working on the book aspect. But all of these things come up as you're taking your stance and you're making your cues on where the fuck you're at, what you're doing, what you're about. All of these things have to come up. When you're stuck in the aspect of manipulation is bad, you're unconsciously manipulating shit all the fucking time. You're just picking and choosing what the fuck you're just picking and choosing what you adhere to manipulate. So since you pick and choose what you adhere to manipulate, your thought forms pick and choose based on the shadows of what they choose. Your shadows, if you're unconsciously manipulating shit based on your identity, your shadow is automatically going to be the opposite of those things. That's how the projection sustains. So that's when I say the thing about white people and motherfuckers saying white people this and white people that and all this shit. They're the reasons I ain't got no money. Nigga, how? Other than the byproduct, so they won't let you get a job. What? They won't let you get a loan. They won't let you get these other aspects. So since you stuck on these traditional or these moral bounds based on being good, you're not even stuck on what's being good. You're stuck on what's being safe. Because you cannot imagine anything out. You cannot imagine tapping into the chaos. And since you can't imagine tapping into the chaos, you definitely can't come into the aspect of true alchemy and chaos magic. So then you definitely can't tap into that aspect of when you see when you see a slain member of the collective consciousness of a person dying, when you see Sandra Bland die, you can't imagine grabbing that. You cannot imagine grabbing a reverse candle, and every time someone motherfucker says, say her name, you didn't tap into the energy. So every time someone says her name, that energy cycles back through you. And now they can't access the energy because you cut them off based on visualization. You can't even think that fucking far. You can't even visualize that because you still ain't got through the traumas of your man being in the bedroom, getting sucked off by your best friend and the chick that you don't like. All that shit connect. That's the shit that's stuck in your fucking mirror, your transparency. Those are the things that you have to work on first. You have to accept your level of being and where you need to work at. The reason that you see, it's the reason that you're seeing what the fuck you seeing. Motherfuckers ain't doing the work that they're supposed to be doing. Take the example, I always use the example of Akon giving all the Africans electricity. What the fuck was the Red Cross doing? What the fuck was all that? What was that 60 cents a day my mother was sending off in a fucking envelope every day doing to them children in Africa if this nigga gave them motherfuckers water? Gave them niggas electricity. What was all them 60 cents a day doing? What was all that 60 cents a day doing if Jay went over there and built Jay-Z went over there and built a fucking pipeline, a water line from a village, from a filtration system or he gave money to a filtration system from the dirty ass river to a village? What the fuck was the money doing? What were they fucking really doing? This is an aspect of reflection of truly putting in the work behind those scenes. There's an interesting line in the Nas album, King Disease, where he says, I think it's in 10 Summers. Is it in 10 Summers? 27 Summers? No, it's in 10 Points. He's talking about Michael Jackson give the same way LeBron, you just don't see it. These are the aspects that you tap. These are aspects for you to start understanding that you do not have the result that you are seeing is exactly what the fuck it is. What is coming up is exactly what is supposed to happen. Stop looking for this outcome that you're going to be fixing the motherfuckers. You're going to fix the world. This shit will fix itself. Think about how you heal yourself. If everything is a reflection of you, and think about the aspects of you healing yourself. You are a reflection of the essence of Mother Earth, of the earth. This is a reflection of you. So the earth so you wanted to see how the earth healed, or you could say this realm heals itself. So then you created an aspect of yourself seeing the earth heal itself. It's a reflection point. Once you get used to saying, okay, cool, it's going to fix itself, but only if I apply. The only way it's going to fix itself is if I apply what the fuck I need to apply. The only way any of this shit's going to do it is the only way my life is going to get better is if I do the things I need to do to fix my fucking life. I got to get out of this aspect of being alone and lonely and shit. This path right here, it's going to be the most alone shit. You're going to have the most alone time in the fucking world. But you're not fucking alone because now you tapping into a higher fucking aspect of energy. You have to accept that you have to accept being empty in order to be fulfilled. You have to accept that shit. There's no the only way around it is to deify and take a deity and then use this aspect and then you'll be feeding it. So now you're empty until it fills you, and it's still, now you're unconsciously feeling something in order to fill yourself. So it's an aspect that you haven't become confident enough to become that energy because you still stuck. I give all my energy to Shango. You can't see yourself being Shango because you still stuck within the aspects of gender. That's a masculine, that's a male deity. I can't be a man. It's the masculine energy. It's energy. It's masculine. Within you is the masculine counterpart. That's why that energy connects to you. So it feeds your masculine aspect. So it feeds your knowing. It feeds that aspect of knowing. Through that transitional point, it's actually feeding your feminine and nurturing. It's using your feminine aspect of energy to feed. As you use its masculine, you're using its masculine aspect to come into your aspect of what you want and to manifest, and it's using your feminine energy to create it. So you're creating that circle, or it's creating this point, this what's this shape? It's creating this oval or this circling of energy from you anyway. And then you get to a point of like, nigga, that shit ain't gonna work no more. Bobby Hemmett already told us that those entities have come down here and been used so long on this level, they're a part of this realm. So they lock you here. Once again, why did the gods die? Because the humans stopped worshiping them. Why are you still here? Because the humans, they're not even humans. Mankind still worships you. They worship you because they know exactly what the fuck you're going to do. So they can create worship based on exactly what you're going to do. They know you're going to get mad if somebody gets shot. Let's tap into that anger. Let's make some more destruction. Let's make some false sense of love is love and all of these aspects. Let's make some shit happen with their energy. This goes all the way into your personal life. Motherfuckers in your life know how you gonna react when you say certain shit. Niggas look at me. Well, I remember when I was first coming into my spaces and I started I already never reacted anyway. But then when I was doing more work, they feed off that shit. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh shit. Nigga, if I don't show up, then they have nothing to feed off of. If I don't show up, they still gonna talk about you. They still gonna say shit about you. Either you're going to react to it or you're going to feed from it. It's all about learning how to feed. You're learning all of these aspects. You got to learn how to feed, and you got to learn the apparatus of feeding from energy and feeding energy before you can create new energy. You already know how to create. You do that anyway. Getting yourself in balance, that's learning how to charge your own energy. Then you got to learn how to cycle your energy and feed from other sources in the space that you're in. You got to learn how to do that. These are all aspects that you got to learn in becoming your highest self. Separating yourself from the parameters of humanity within, oh my God, they just killed the baby. But then you'll sit here and read every fucking mythos when they slaughtering motherfuckers. You'll sit here and I'll sit here and play fucking God of War, and like God of War 1, there was a lot of fucking slaughtering of niggas. If you never played God of War, if you haven't, I don't know where you've been. But playing God of War on the first one, nigga, the fucking civilian, the townspeople running around, and if your energy low, you can stab them niggas up and get fucking little green orbs. Nigga, I'm running through there. Nigga, my energy never died. Because I'm just killing off them motherfuckers. You have to learn how to do it, not in the aspect of, you're not learning these things in the aspect to become the lower. You're learning these aspects to aspire to become your higher self. Because as you understand it, once you understand the spell, you're able to manipulate it for your own gain. So you can shut niggas out of shit. It's mad fucking easy to sit here. I celebrated COVID-19. They lit the Mamba loose. I celebrated all those shits. All these shits that happened, I've celebrated them. Absorb that energy and used it for my own gain. Cut niggas out of the fucking shit. That's why the shit is, I put it like this. And this was like a direct aspect of a download. I noticed that the things that they were doing, their rituals, that motherfuckers said they were so sinister, that they're doing more of them faster. Think about looking at a clock. When you look at a clock and you at your job or you in class or whatever, and you looking at the clock, that bitch slow the fuck down. It can be 3 o'clock for 3 hours. But don't pay attention to the clock and watch what happens. Shit speed by. If you're doing something. It's a needed level for a certain amount of motherfuckers to be aware to be bringing light to shit. That's their space. That's what they're supposed to be doing. Come to that acceptance. So ain't no battling them or like, nigga, you doing it wrong, da da da. But at a certain point in time, them motherfuckers are the soldiers. They've incarnated back down here through their many cycles as soldiers. So they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. In order for them to advance, they got to let go of the ego. That's on them. On their next cycle, if they do it now, whatever, it doesn't matter. That's not on you. That's on them. But it takes a certain amount of motherfucking individuals to be able to be churning that energy and working that shit up. So as you're looking at that clock and it's slowing down, and they're paying attention to that clock and it's slowing down, it's speeding up, it's slowing down for them. Remember, you're outside of the aspects of traditional time. So if I'm not paying attention to it, that shit go by like another day. It can go from Monday to Sunday in no time for me. Because I always have a bunch of I've got shit to do all fucking week. So when you're outside of the aspect of time, I ain't looking at it no more. They're paying attention to it. Shit goes faster because they're looking at it, trying to keep that shit up. As that energy circulating, they need energy to keep that shit going, to keep shutting that shit off. What's been happening the entire time is ain't nobody been shutting that shit off. What you're seeing now is the shit started shutting off to a point to a slow fucking crawl. The shit ain't moving fast anymore. They shut the whole fucking realm down. They shut down the whole physical plane. Shit is not going back to what the fuck it was. What's going to come from this aspect? What's going to come from this aspect is what you are going to create. What are you going to bring to the? What are you bringing to the table? You call for this shit. You summon this shit. You invoke this shit. You invoke this energy down here. You called for this. All those cries, whatever it may be, you call for what the fuck's happening. And now you have to accept it in order to use it. Right now, you accepting it. You're not accepting it. You're sending it to the tone of doing what you've done before. You have to accept this shit. Gotta accept it in order to claim the energy. And like if I sat here with a spin on the goddamn screen. It's like if I sat here and that's like if I sat here and had $1 million lottery ticket in my hand, but I never went and cashed that bitch in. Who the fuck can I be mad at? Who the fuck am I mad at? I have $1 million lottery ticket in my hand and I didn't go cash it in. Who the fuck am I mad at? All that energy sitting on the table and you upset that it's not doing anything, nigga, you got to do something with it. That's what it's there for. I reversed the entire exactly. You need the aspect of chaos before you can come to the new effect. You calling for peace, nigga, okay, you want to live peaceful, nigga, you got to deal with the conflicts. The conflicts come, the storm come before the calm, nigga, what the fuck? And you sitting there, nigga, no, we got to love them some more. They don't understand what they do. Nigga, they know what the fuck they doing. That's why they keep doing it. But your aspect of how you're approaching it ain't working no more. That shit ain't working. You see how it's crickets right now. Think about this. When the last time you heard about a protest or a march? Really think about these things. When the last time you heard anybody protesting, anybody marching up the street, up the corner? If I leave out of my complex, because it's a median. I got to make a right and go up the street. There is a lady in a van that's been selling for at least the last 2 years since I've been here, that I can now remember, has been selling the same old ass fucking NFL pillows since the beginning of the time that I seen her. So she had to be doing it before. The only thing that happened different on that corner is I can go up there Saturday. Every Saturday, there's some niggas out there selling laundry detergent. Like they literally went to one of the fucking, what are the fucking stores? Like Costco. They went to like BJ's and Sam's. They got BJ's and Sam's down there. They don't have Costco's down there. Went to one of them spots, got some packs, got too much, and now they selling it on the fucking corner. I saw a nigga with a whole big ass truck and was selling goose down pillows for $10. Doing the same old shit that they've always done to get by. But they're doing something. I can be like, yo, that's hard as fuck. Yo, they doing what they need to do. Because that's what you've been doing. You pick and choose, but in reality, motherfuckers subscribe to the fucking bullshit. You subscribe to the shit to feed from it anyway. Yo, man, you know, like, that's your whole natural encompassing of what you've done. But you're doing it based on, but when we're shifting the gears from doing it based on the energy at this time, where the energy is cycling, to create something new. If you truly want to help the kids, acknowledge Uncle Ricky first. Acknowledge Aunt Gladys. She been knocking down young boys for years. Uncle Ricky been knocking down young girls for years. You just thought that nigga always had a young girlfriend? That shit had to start from fucking somewhere. Acknowledge that shit first. And watch the energy change. You've been given everything you need, literally. Everything that you need. You just have to step out of this moral compass you got to step out of the moral compass in that emotional aspect to actually heal, so you can actually use it the way that it can be used based on being healed. Motherfuckers out here reflecting their attention and the attention that they get from people based on being one way. And now that they want better energy, they can't get it the other way because they're stuck within the identity of how they used to do it. Motherfuckers are stuck within the identity of how they used to get shit, how they used to move, how they used to walk, talk, and do all that shit. You're shifting. You're transitioning. This is a transition. That's why if this is your first time listening to me, if you rock with me for a while, you heard in earlier lectures when I was saying, fuck them kids heavy. Because the reality of that aspect, if you ain't doing nothing internalizing to actually change anything, you're automatically saying fuck those kids. Anyway, if you're not creating anything sustainable for a better aspect other than stuck on the hope thing that something gonna get better, you automatically saying fuck them kids. Automatically. It's like if I sat here right now, my niece came in. My niece was over here the other day. My niece came over here and I'm listening to a Brother Panic lecture, a Bobby Hemming lecture. The way that they say fucking curse and say pussy and all these fucking words. And then my sister would come over and be like, She can't hear that. Nigga, what's different than the song she ride down the street when you listening to wet ass pussy in the car? At least she's hearing it from a more educational aspect. It's in my favor. Yeah, but she ain't ready for that. She's sitting here. She's asking me questions and I'm answering them. So she's ready for something. You have to accept that you ain't ready for it. You have to accept your level of being, where you're at, and how you move forward. You got to accept it. Or everything's going to offend you. Everything you think is going to bleed through on everything that you do. And you ain't going to go to the spaces that you need to get to. If you ain't getting it on this life cycle, you might get it on the next one. But that's all based upon the work that you do now. I'm like, my thing about me not having a filter, my filter was like always like offish, because I was like, maybe I can't say that out loud, or maybe it's gonna hurt somebody's feelings. But then I noticed that, I remember Bobby Hemmett said it was the actual aspect of, as you become more spiritual into your more spiritual self, you stop trying the words of within English, or the bastardized language, as he had put it. Those aspects no longer exist for you to be able to move within your space. All of these aspects are things that you're learning from and you're moving from. All of these aspects that you're coming into are things that you have to learn from. Every connection is an aspect that you are learning from. If you move into these spaces based upon learning without your ego, allowing your identity to be challenged, you'll see it for what it is. Because if you don't, you'll approach every single situation one-sided. You'll get into those relationships. You'll go into those environments looking for something in that space, and you're going to get what you need out of that space. Don't get me wrong on that. But the way that you're going to get it is going to be at the result of your identity dying even more. Like, I could have sat there and said, like, just even thinking about the aspect of seeing in real time the growth of a 6th grade crush. In that one conversation we had in the 6th grade and never spoke after that point. But to be able to see, because that connection was made at that point in time, the parallel is there for me to be able to be aware and to be able to see it, not to have to engage into it, but I can see the growth from another perspective. That's a major key, because it keeps you from falling into this gap of, it'll keep you from falling into the gap. What happens for a lot of people, if y'all have questions, y'all can throw the questions up. You know, I'm gonna keep going. This is a hot ass. We just going in. But you take that aspect. Now I can look from a parallel and see it without having to engage in it in a way that would be detrimental to my own growth or detrimental to their growth. These are aspects that we have to look at when we're thinking about manipulation, when we're thinking about manipulating things or accepting something. These are these falsified aspects when we put on our identity, and it tells us based on our identity, I have us thinking based on, I have to be fully engaged in this way to get the energy from it. You can't see something when you're up close to it sometimes. But you can still, This goes into the aspect also with the when you family members, and once you have that conditional aspect for yourself, and you sit there and you're like, I'm just gonna love them from afar because there's nothing I can do that's there. There's nothing that I can bring to the surface or I can do that's going to change their narrative of how they're living their life. And I have accepted that because I have the understanding and compassion for that point. I went through work that they didn't go through. That's your growth. When you're able to look at the situations in that manner, when you're able to speak on things in that manner, when you're able to take in things and you're not going based upon a back and forth, but you're looking at it as a point for you to learn from. That's the key to you learning. If it's giving you the same result, or is giving you, if it's giving you something that you think that you knew based on your logic and reason, your brain, you have to go deeper. You have to see, you have to be, and if you don't have that sight, that's not your level yet. This may not be what you're getting on this go round. You might have a different set of things that you know you got to knock out because this is that cycle for you to knock those things out. You might come around in another cycle. You might come back and go through another cycle to learn the next lesson. But you have to accept this happening in order for you to transition and go forward. Or else you're going to walk around here like a wounded mockingbird. Yeah, a wounded mockingbird or some wounded animal trying to make everything fit within the parameters of your thought process in space. Your identity will sit there and seize the opportunity to be like, oh, that makes sense now. And oh, this is why this isn't this. And oh, this is why this isn't this. And oh, this is why this isn't happening. Oh, this is why this isn't happening. Instead of you accepting the happening. The parameters of your mind must be expanded past what you have been used to. If you're used to getting things in a certain way, or things coming to you in a certain light, that light is now changing. That light no longer, sustained light is long burnt out. Think about you seeing that, use a reflection of seeing a star in the sky. That star has long been burnt out. Is this now coming into your, coming into your vision because you looked up at it. The clouds went away, but that light's now been gone. There's new information that point is now serving as for you to get through. One second while I go pee. Use my last bathroom break. Any questions? Drop them in the comments while I go use the bathroom. What else were we saying? I talk about creating more example, new energy with examples. The aspect of, there's 3 books on alchemy. I have to find the titles because I've long lost those books. There's only 2 ways to create energy. Does not die. We have that basic understanding. Energy does not die. It only cycles. In order to create a new aspect of energy, or you're not creating energy in that aspect. You're releasing energy from one containment and you're learning how to tap into energy. This is the whole aspect of, if I wanted to create my light body, let's say I'm creating my light body aspect, I have to go through the disciplines of creating my light body by focusing on a point. Frank Rudolph went through Frank Rudolph's book. Psychiatria. Psychiatria goes through that. Psychiatria is a great book for that, and Cyclomancy. Cyclomancy and Psychiatria are 2 great books. If you're interested in either one of those, if you're interested in, I know Cyclomancy for sure, hit up my brother Toonie at Put Baby on the Beat. Follow him on Facebook. He got plethora of books. And most of them start at $5. But take that aspect of, you're now cycling your new energy. So I'll use myself as this example. I'll use myself as an example. In order for me to unlock, as I was invoking my energy coming into myself, I first had to work on my chakra system. This is like that basic aspect of your energy. I basically had to first acknowledge my chakra system and see where my chakra system was. I had to see where my root chakra was, where I was surviving at based on my survival. Your survival is always, what the fuck? All right, those are back in order. Your chakra system is either underbalanced or overbalanced. When you start thinking about what you were rooted in, your mindset, what you were rooted in, you were based upon survival. Surviving based on whatever trauma it may have been, or whatever it may have been, whatever mishaps happened in your life, that's how you learn how to survive. So let's say this is the aspect of the masculine not learning how to love, and you don't show emotion on this aspect. That's what the traditional masculine archetype is rooted in. What is actually acknowledging it is the wounded aspects of the wounded masculine. Or it can be overstimulated. This is when it comes into the aspects of, it's within the parameters of acting out the wounded aspects. Since it was rooted in the aspects and underdeveloped, it became the wounded feminine. It's not nurturing anything. It's not nurtured. It's not being anything creative. So it's in this space. It didn't have love. It didn't have the necessary aspects. So on this other side, when on that trauma, that middle point is there being imbalanced. On this other side, your energy is now, you're domineering. You're domineering the protection, how you're protecting things. You're the predator. All of these aspects come up on your overly charged root chakra. In order to bring these into balance, you must acknowledge the wounded parts of your understimulated and acknowledge the parts of the overstimulated to bring yourself into heal, into balance. This is how you create, you're now moving these 2 energies, this positive and this negative. You're learning from these 2 aspects you're learning from these 2 aspects and removing the old roots of these problems and issues. You're removing these to bring yourself back into center. So now you're no longer rooted within surviving in that aspect. You're now rooted within the aspect. You're now rooted within the higher aspects of, now you're sustaining that space. Remember, you're going from surviving to sustaining. Same thing and I go through the whole thing in the chakra classes in the chakra program. So then you're looking at your chakra. We're using the root chakra. We're using the chakra system. Through those mantras that you program, most people are pulsating from their root chakra. They're pulsating from this space. Everything's based on a physical imprint. They're rooted within physical byproducts, like they're rooted within money. They're rooted within making money. They're rooted within having the attention of they're rooted in having the attention of people, and they're rooted in having that attention and getting their way in that attention and aspect. So they're rooted within those spaces. So their identity as this energy, your energy is still cycling, but now it's coming to, like your energy cycling, but it's going through these. You're either overstimulated or understimulated. So now that energy is now, if my root chakra is understimulated, that means my sacral chakra can be in balance. It can be confident. I can have my confidence based upon that nature. But because my root chakra is out of alignment or it's overstimulated, that new confidence, it now becomes arrogance. It becomes arrogance and becomes used to getting the attention the way I get that attention. So just by that one chakra, so then now if my power or my solar plexus is understimulated, that means I feel I don't get any power or I don't have power over what I'm doing or what I need to do. Then now that arrogance now triggers to my underbalanced sacral chakra or my power center. And now the roots that are on my heart, anything that's on my heart that I take in, those burdens on this part right here, now those are charged off. Now relationships with my parents, relationships with people that I'm with, my energy's now off in that area. But I'm only activating off of my root chakra. I'm only depending on the balance of one chakra that's in that alignment. So since my confidence is in alignment, that's the face that once it gets to my throat, I'm speaking from that hurt. Confident, I can speak confidently about that hurt. But I'm also envisioning or creating what I see through that hurt. That's your third eye going through that. Now I'm wearing a crown I'm wearing the crown of I'm a poverty soldier. I'm wearing the crown that I'm a bad bitch. I'm wearing the crown that I'm a real nigga. That's what you crown. That's the energy. So as you're pulling your energy down, you're not pulling down a full amount of energy because your energy is now going through a different set of filters to come through that. So anything that's connected to this energy, anything that's connected to that source that you now externalized, white people don't do this, niggas ain't shit and all these aspects, that's what that energy is now being filtered through before it even comes to you. So now you're living in those spaces because you created those conduits. That's the aspect of your energy. So as you get these in balance, you go from survival to sustaining. You go from either being shy or arrogant to becoming confident. Now your power is aligning to that aspect. Now you're looking at your power. You're not looking at power as an aspect of getting power over people. You're empowering yourself. Now your heart chakra is lined up. Now all of those things, when all those bad relationships and all of these issues came up in your life that you were dealing with, everything that was a trauma the traumas on your heart, or whenever you use, I always use the Jesus story. When Jesus was on the mountaintop, the Jesus on the mountaintop was the crown chakra, was the heart chakra. That's why he said, I'll give you all of the riches of the world. I'll give you all of the power, the riches, and all of the shit of the world. These are your lower three chakras. This is a chakra story. This is the lower three chakras. Now I'm about doing higher shit. So he released all of those burdens on the heart of not having what he had, not getting the love that he received. This is all the aspects of coming into forgiveness. You have to learn how to forgive yourself in order to come into the understanding of yourself, to have the compassion for yourself, because that becomes a reflection of you forgiving yourself. So now you have the ability to forgive others. So now you can have an understanding for others and what they've done. And they did it based on, it's on reflective. I've done the work and they're not doing their work. So you can actually have that conversation. And now you have the compassion for why things are going down in that area. That's how you bring these chakras into alignment, your energy into alignment. Now that you're in that space, now your heart is no longer your heart is no longer pulsating based on burdens. Now, when you have that confidence as you speak, you're not speaking based on burdens. You're not choosing to decide whether you're speaking on the burden or the hurt, or you're speaking on the aspect of what it is to not deal with it. You're actually speaking from a point to where it's like everything you're saying is your truth. You're now engaged in your truth. Therefore, everything you see is an aspect for you to be engaged in your truth. Everything that your energy pulls down now is engaged in your truth. This is one aspect of getting your energy in alignment. What I mean by if your energy is not in alignment, then your money's not going to be right. You may get a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. You may get a lot of money because you can use the aspect of any fucking celebrity. They seem like they get a lot of money, but their system is bankrupt. They need that external aspect of money in order for them to look like they're alignment. They look like they're healed. They look like they're okay. They look like what they're dealing with. Another aspect of pulling in energy from the external source is the same reflection. If I look at a situation outside of myself, I'm learning an aspect of myself. So I used Sandra Bland earlier. We're gonna use R. Kelly. I was just playing R. Kelly earlier to somebody. When I use R. Kelly in that space, you come to a point in time in yourself where you basically have to kill yourself. In order to be empty, you must ultimately kill yourself. You're taking yourself out the game. You're taking out an old aspect of yourself in order to understand it. What lecture did I say that in? I have to go back. I can't even remember what lecture I broke that head down. We're going to break it down heavy. I'm going to do a condensed version. Fuck, we don't go all the way in. So you're taking your energy into that space. So I'll take the aspect of little me. I'll take the aspect of little Charlie Dionis, because my mother in the aspects of loving Prince, she accepted the whisper of giving my middle name Dion or Dionis or Dionis. In order for me to understand and truly kill off Charles, to kill off my older self in that version, I had to first understand and basically deify everything about that person, everything about that energy, that entity that I was at that point in time. Look at all the goods, look at all the bad, look at all the negatives, look at all the positives, see what served me, why it served me, whether it was negative or positive, in order to transition until after when my father transitioned in 2003, it wasn't until 2006 when I actually became Carlos King. That was another entity. I unconsciously said my Facebook name, my Facebook is going to be in tribute because I'm getting in contact with my other side of my family and I'm going to know them through this line. So Carlos King became my name on Facebook. It was an unconscious act, but it became a conscious statement of I was recreating myself. So we'll take R. Kelly, for example. R. Kelly has been gone. R. Kelly been gone. The aspect of R. Kelly being deified or any celebrity being deified in the same way, think about Training Day when they killed off Alonzo, when they killed off Denzel Washington off of Training Day. You were like, you hated Alonzo and you liked Alonzo. So you had the negative aspect and the positive aspect that you were charged to, and then they killed him on screen. Now, that death in your mind, remember, your subconscious records everything is true. So that character in your mind is dead. That character in your mind is dead. Alonzo's dead until you go back and watch Training Day again. What this does is your ego already knows what's about to happen. So when you look at a grander scheme of rituals, when they do rituals, this is the way that they do rituals. They either can do it, whether the distraction is real or fake does not matter, because they have an understanding that your subconscious mind records everything as true. So we can go back to R. Kelly. R. Kelly got his masters. R. Kelly was crying in front of Gail. All of these aspects, you saw his rise. You saw him almost stumble. Then you saw him rise again to a certain point. He got his masters. That energy was right there. That's like right there in their space of underage girls and shit and whatever. They made you hate that aspect. Where you fell off from grabbing the energy was the aspect that you looked at him as like, he peed on little girls. He been peeing on little girls. The narrative, in order to tap into that energy, is to accept what comes up based upon that space. That's what comes up. So for a lot of people in the hood, a lot of people in the black community, that's an under the rug thing. Elders sweep the molesters and that shit under the rug every fucking day. So to see this man on TV doing what he had did, and then it brings up something in the subconscious that was already there. It brings up it triggers that suppressed trauma. So when you saw motherfuckers getting upset with him, that was the same way of them getting upset. Since they did it unconsciously, they didn't realize that they didn't do it. Since they did it unconsciously, it reversed. When you do it consciously, it comes to you. When you do it unconsciously, it goes back out. It's stuck in the ether. It goes back up for them to be able to feed from. This is how they feed. So since you unconsciously saw him get defeated by the white man in the justice system, and then in that same light, they'll give you, in that same light on polarity, so they give you this on this side of the polarity, this aspect here, pull that down. Then they're going to pull down on this aspect, who died around that time. All the deaths, marked all the people that died in that aspect. All the people that actually died, they actually sacrificed and took out. That energy is still connected to that. Those are on the polarity. Here's your negative that you're going to go against. That's now their positive that they now can charge from. And here's your positive that you have made. Here's the negative that you're trying to make positive by making it a martyr and say, hands up, don't shoot, whatever it may be. They're now feeding from, now they have two nexus points to bring that energy down to them. So now they have these 2 points. You're not in the middle point to cut that shit off, to shut the breaker off, to pull it, to make it go back up. That shit naturally comes down. And then it goes into that next space and creates that next space. Now they got R. Kelly on fucking TV. This aspect's about imagery. They got R. Kelly in none videos. That nigga ain't R. Kelly no more. But the energy still can be fed from. Because you not paying attention to it, somebody's going to look at it. Who's going to look at it? That means that image is going around the fucking world. There's a nigga in Pakistan right the fuck now. Probably looking at that nigga, looking at R. Kelly video right now. Because that's how they get their energy. They get the remnants. Everybody's feeding but you. Everybody's getting that energy but you. You go into a relationship, shit don't go the way you want it to go, or shit don't go the way you want it to go, but it's going the way that it needs to go for you to undergo the process of going next to creating your new energy. Everything that came up within that relationship, whether it was negative or positive, you could have learned a lot of positive shit on one side, and on the other end, learned a lot more negative shit. None of these things are supposed to be taken out. They're supposed to be understood. This is literally you looking at yourself and creating your energy and taking yourself into yourself, or literally saying to yourself and accepting where do I need to take my accountability from? Where do I need to take my responsibility in what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, how I'm moving forward with it. What does this bring up? The lack of attention that I got from this, person based on how I acted within that space, I couldn't get a charge from them on that because they weren't willing to succeed. They weren't willing to succeed to what might, and you're going out of good and bad. It's a negative. The way that you're acting based upon a trauma is a negative charge. The way that they approach it, whether if they're healed or unhealed or whatever, let's say they have negative traumas within their space. Two negatives ain't going to connect at all. Like you can't, magnets don't, two negatives ain't going to, they're going to bounce off each other. So that energy is going to come to a certain point and it's going to cancel out because the negative only can rise so far before it needs a positive charge to continue going. So if there was no positive aspect, like, so when you looking at positive aspects within a relationship, whatever it may be, that chick that kept getting hit in the head by all them dudes, unconsciously, the reason that she stayed charged, the reason she was able to stay charged so long within that relationship, because something else was given to her within that relationship. It could have been money, whatever it may be. She was getting something positive from that relationship. It was based upon her trauma being the lens of how she saw that relationship. Or that dude that got 90 fucking chicks, but never have the nigga still feel alone. There's something within that space of having that power because he's in a negative dynamic of himself. So he needs that external charge of that attention. So a motherfucker sit there all the time and they sitting there, when you sit there thinking about, nigga, I'm tired of all these energy vampires around me and all these motherfuckers trying to suck away at my energy and take me all these different places. You first have to look at what does each one of these people represent. You really have to this is the very hardest part about self-observing, and you have to get out of the aspect of being one. There's multiple levels to you. There's multiple points inside of you. Once you understand this, you understand that this is like within the story of the 72 conspirators of Set. You start understanding the aspect of the Titans and Kronos eating all of the energy. These mythos start making more sense because you're using them. That mythos is giving you the charge that you need to understand to create your new space. This is the whole feature of whatever book it doesn't matter. I can sit here every single day from sun up to sundown and read books all fucking day if I needed to. I could do that. I could go through and thumb through pages of books and read books all day. The way that I approach books is the same way that I approach every other situation. I study it because I have to be open to studying every aspect. So I'm sitting there reading through a book. I'm studying it. I'll literally sit here and look at this. I'll look at this book, like this book right here. I got done with this book probably 2 weeks ago, but now I'm going back through it to look at different pieces in order to study it. Now that I've studied it, I now can apply it. I can tell that I'm applying it, or I'm applying that new energy, that new interface of energy, because everything that I'm doing, I have a result. My external point outside of me matches my internal self. There's no conflict there's no conflict within me, so my external state shows no conflict. So whenever I'm interfacing with the energy, there's no conflict in me getting my energy. I'll use another example. I'll use the example of when I light the candles on my altar. At first, I remember looking at the candles on my altar, and I remember, no problem. I would look at the aspect of the candles on my altar, and at first, when I was first going through my setting my intentions and speaking into the candles, setting my intentions, holding the charge to the candles, I would look at the front of the candle, what it was written on the candle, what I was using the candle for, and I would look, and my candles would burn mad fucking slow. Like my candles will burn. Like I lit the candles earlier, like around 3 or 4 today. These candles would probably last until probably next Thursday. And then I would pull out more candles, set up the new space if I needed to, and I light the candles again. These candles right now, based on my intent, based on the way I pull down energy, based on what I'm doing now in the space that I'm in now, they're no longer a representation of my intent. They're a representation of how fast I'm able to move through things. That's like if I use the candle, like I'll use this for example. Use the bathroom, I'll be right back. As long as it doesn't go out while we're doing this. For example, this is a Blockbuster candle. Where the hell my lighter go? This is a Blockbuster candle. Every candle that you get will usually say a legend on the top. It says alleged because alleged actually means intent. Your intention is how this candle allegedly works. On the front of this candle, it says, come to me, fast luck, money drawing, commanding, success, follow me. Rompe block, Blockbuster. That means it's going to remove anything stopping me. If I set my intentions, let's say I'm setting my intention on success, my prosperity. Anything that I'm thinking that would stop me from being successful sets the tone to how fast this candle burns. So it's a 7-day candle. My 7-day candle is burning like 3 days now, 3-4 days. So I hold this candle. I sit here. I imagine putting my things that I want to stop me from my success. I think about the things. I truly think about the things that are stopping me from being successful. I think about the things that are stopping things from following, like the energy from following me. I start to set my intention into my candle, and I start there and set my intention. I light my candle, I set it on the altar. What I'm doing is creating a nexus point for me to set my intention on. So now as I'm sitting here, when I wake up in the morning, I yawn, drink me some water, drink me some tea, sit there and meditate. As I'm meditating on that point, I'm thinking about what's coming to the surface naturally within my mind are the ideas and the thoughts that lead to those that are going to trigger the traumas that will keep me from being successful. So as I'm sitting there meditating, that's my nexus point. I'm looking for this light. I'm looking to create this light in my mind. I'm looking to visualize this light within my mind. So I'm looking for it. As I'm meditating, I'm focusing on this point. Let's say I'm focusing on one of my earlier things in my success and my prosperity of speaking was my ability to speak and how I speak now. Just speaking in that term. So as I'm focusing my energy, I'm looking for this light. I'm literally going through my mind in that visualization process that I teach, that I coach in the guided meditations. I'm literally going through this process within my mind, looking for that light to these things to light up in my subconscious, in the underworld of myself, in the underworld of my mind. I'm looking for the things that shut me down. I'm looking for the things that keep me from being prosperity. I'm looking for the traumas. I'm looking for relationships with my mother. I'm looking for aspects with my father. I'm looking for things like this. I'm bringing these things to the surface. I'm bringing them to the surface. And now, as they're coming to the surface, I'm visualizing putting them into the candle. But the only way that I can release those issues, the only way I can release what's stopping me and blocking my success is by dealing with it head on. This is the aspect of when you're setting your intentions, everything that comes up based on that, your shit is working. The things that are coming up are the things that you need to deal with. It can be something as minor as that one friendship that you have that has not given you anything in gain. You haven't gained anything from that aspect of that thought process. But you've been in that relationship, you've been in that friendship, that partnership, that job for so long that it stifled your success. It stifled your prosperity. What have you learned from that space? Man, I hate my job and da-da-da. Why do you hate your job? There's no growth. There's nothing like this. There's nothing like this going on. What you're acknowledging to yourself is that you have not learned the aspect of this job, not based on liking it, but based on actually learning it. The thing I tell people all the time, like, you don't like your job, you haven't learned enough of it yet. You only have one or two choices. Either you learn and rise through it, through that aspects, and learn what you can learn from it, or you leave it. You have one of two choices. You stay there, work your way through it, or you leave from there and then learn from what you walked away from. Either way you have to deal with, either way you are going to deal with the aspects of what you have to learn from that space. So then I do that visualization. I think about, for example, I'll think about my job. And my job, I got to a certain point, but I wasn't feeling it anymore. It got to a point to where all the positives about my job and working for somebody no longer worked for me. I was coming more into myself. My appearance was changing. My spiritual aspects were changing. So my physical appearance was changing, and it wasn't fitting within that space. So everything that was once positive about that space now became negative. So then I started seeing the negatives more. It wasn't for me to choose a side. It was for me to have transparency. This space served a purpose, so it was positive. It no longer serves a purpose, so now it's negative. It's still within those same things, and this is what unlocks the transparency. Taking that into my mind, going forward, I look at the candle, I'm like, damn, the candle burning faster, or the candle's melted down. And then in my mind, visualized it, created that scenario in my mind, I perfected that point. Now that energy, now I'm in alignment. Now the next time that I light that candle, that's one less thing that I have to focus on. So as I'm going through the process of the ritual of saging my space and removing the negative energy and going through my disciplines, now that I've removed this aspect, now my energy has now I have my energy that's now been invoked that's the creation of my new energy on this level. How do I use that energy? That's the key aspect that a lot of people, you get the new energy. It's like what I said earlier, if I had $1 million lottery ticket and I didn't go cash it in, who can I be mad at? I won the $1 million lottery. I have the $1 million lottery ticket. I never went to go get it. I can come up with excuses. Nobody was going to give me a ride, and nobody was giving me a ride, and I can't walk around with that much money and all of these aspects. Or I could create solutions. Or I could easily create solutions. In reality, you can't just go pick up $1 million, but they'll give you a check. Nobody was going to, yeah. So here, I know I got to go to Raleigh. So in my mind, I'll be like, how do I get to Raleigh? How much does it cost to get to Raleigh? From here to Raleigh, it's about $70 to $80. The last time I looked at a Lyft, if I didn't have no other way, that's how much it costs to get there. So it's $160 there and back. Am I willing to make $160 investment or this sacrifice of $160 to go get, after they take my taxes out, go get my $750,000. I'm just throwing out a random ass number for taxes. Am I willing to go get my check or go get this, sign up this paperwork to get this stuff deposited in my account for $750,000? And they give me my lot. They give me my lot, a allotted amount of money. How am I willing to enter? Now that I have the energy, how am I using it? Now that I have this energy, now that I have this information, the knowledge is just one part. Pulling in the energy is just one part. You must now apply it. And what you're applying it to, as you're applying it, is going to lay out that next level of shit that you got to go through, the negatives, the positives. You're finding your charge, you're finding the middle point, and then you're going up through your charges. It's what works for you. It's what works for you. If that works for you and that set the tone for you and it's brought you to your level of enlightenment and you can learn from it, you now can explain it. You can explain it outside of the book. You can well, this book, Revolutionary Psychology, is a great book to start from. But the other information that I give out, that I give out, and like this is an example, is over my years of my studies. I got to a point to where I stopped. I didn't have to go look for the book. The book came to me. It came through a meditation. It came through a whisper. It came through a channel. It came through an aspect on that level. This is all your aspects of you leveling up yourself. The more that you're humble to the aspect, the more that you start killing off your ego, the more that you start stepping outside of humanity, the more that you start trying to you don't explain shit to other people, your energy is coming back to you. Because you're not wasting all your energy trying to create up this blockade of existing within that space. Once you learn how to do it long enough, you can still go into that space as the shell or the body of light into that space. I explained it. I've explained it before. That's what I was doing. I was explaining that. I was explaining the different bodies of light for myself. For my mother, the same little 9-year-old king that went in the kitchen and said, I wanted to help cook breakfast and sat in there, that body of light still exists to my mother. So when I go into that space, I'm not subjecting myself to being the 9-year-old or the 10-year-old. I'm closer back to that childlike mindset, that childlike innocence. So when I go into that space, I through visualization and focusing, I'm now that body of light to my mother. My mother now still sees me as that 9-year-old that was inquisitive, that wanted to learn, that was open to learn, always wanted to create things, art and all these aspects. She's still seeing me as that. She's still seeing me as that energy. So if the same thing, if I go over to a homeboy's house or one of my brother's houses, it's that same aspect of energy. This is what you're doing. You're taking your energy from the old space, like what I said last week. You're taking your energy out of a space and allowing that space to do what it needs to do. It's still going to cycle. It's just not going to cycle off of you. That energy is not going to hit you in the way that it hits you because you stepped out of that space. But yeah. I hope that did answer your question. This week's episode of the God Hour podcast was empathy. Y'all know I don't give what is needed. I don't give that. There's nothing. It's not going to be. It's more to the esoteric aspects of understanding what true empathy is. That was this week's episode. If you are interested in services, natal chart analysis, anything from natal chart analysis to readings, still owe people readings. Reading, any natal chart analysis, readings, guided meditation, counseling and therapy, shadow work rituals, spiritual baths, teas, drawing and awakening rituals and aspects of that nature. Classes are coming soon. Gotta call alchemistllc.com. Set calling needs at gmail.com for if you're interested on building networking business of that sort. We're working on the app now, so if you want to have app space, hit me on that. Networking, want to be an interview on the podcast. The radio show is coming up soon on that aspect. We can do a build on that. Set caller needs is the business line. For questions about books, comments, questions that you have, papalucy666 at gmail.com. That's for the personal effects. Or you can hit the number 910-777-7708. Occult Alchemy, myshopify.com. I'm working on new merchandise, clothes and shirts and such this week. I'm working on it this week. There'll be new stuff up there. Go check out Occult Alchemy on myshopify.com. If it moved you, it made you feel, if it moved you, it did what it was supposed to do. Lucifer Somni's the Cash App link. That is the link. Lucifer Somni and my Square Pay. Those are the two links for donations and the aspects I use for reading for all the services. Learn the best you. Become the best you. Allow what has to happen to become the best you. Allow the aspects of the healing to take you to the best you. Feeling all powerful and shit. Now I gotta sit here and wind down for the next 15, 20 minutes. I gotta wind down. We amp right now. We just broke the damn mark and went to 4 minutes, 12 minutes, 12 seconds. Share the knowledge, share, subscribe, share the knowledge, share, let it do what it's supposed to do. It's either going to move them out of your way, or it's going to expose the soul ties, or it's going to gravitate you to your soul tribe. There was one more thing I needed to say. Did that, share, subscribe, all that stuff. Rod Caller Nijis, Facebook, Papalucy_666, Instagram, GuyKing84, Twitter. Multiple ways to get you. Oh yeah, $90 for that hour comments. The $90 for that hour video call. $90 for that hour consultation. Best consultation, guaranteed, based on your intent to want to grow. Be the fucking best. I love you. We love us. Ashe.